What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel and welcome to our exciting new course, SwiftUI Threads Pro, where we are going to be building the exciting new and popular Threads app from Meta that gained over 100 million users in just 5 days, surpassing both TikTok and ChatGPT to become the most popular app in history. In this course, you're going to leverage the power of SwiftUI to design elegant user interfaces, implement smooth animations, and create a seamless social network experience that's going to leave your users in awe. We're going to be working together to build this amazing app with SwiftUI, and I'm going to be giving you a comprehensive breakdown of all of the practices and principles that we implement along the way to build this incredible app. So let's go ahead and jump right in and take a look at all of the features that we're going to be implementing and see the finished product before we go ahead and jump into Xcode and get started with the code. So let's go ahead and check out a demo of the completed application so we can see what we're going to be building before we get started. So as you guys can see here, we have this beautiful user feed that's going to contain user generated content. These are all threads that these individual users have posted. We get the timestamps from each thread so we can see when they were uploaded. And then in addition to that, we get a pull to refresh feature, which is really nice as well. And we can also search for users here, guys. So we'll have a searchable list of all the users in our application, and we can click on those users to go to their profile. And then you guys will notice we'll be able to see their user generated content that is unique to them on their profile here as well. And we can switch back and forth between threads and replies. So next up, guys, we are going to have the ability to create threads here. So I'm going to just go ahead and create a thread that is a test thread for YouTube. And I'll go ahead and hit post. And you guys will notice that if I pull down to refresh that, my latest thread shows up in the feed there from 3 seconds ago. So that's incredible. We get real-time updates with our threads here, guys. Then we're going to have this user profile as well, where we can edit our user's profile, add a bio, links, and we can also edit our profile image here. Then, guys, we'll be able to log in and out of the application. So we'll have full user authentication capability as well, where we can log in and sign users up as well. So let me go ahead and just log in as someone else, Max Verstappen. Log in, and you can see it takes me over to my application that is logged in with a different user here. We can see I can go to my user profile and that I'm logged in as someone else. And for our backend, guys, we are going to have full Firebase integration here. We're going to be handling all of our user authentication through Firebase, all of our information storage with Firestore database, and all of our image storage with Firebase storage. So we have a full backend support here. We're going to be engineering all of this from scratch and building this fully functioning social network with Threads. So get excited for that, guys. In the next one, we're going to be hopping into Xcode so that we can get started with the code. All right, guys, so to get this started, we are just going to open up Xcode and create a new project, and make sure you have iOS selected as your platform and you select app there. And let's just go ahead and hit next. I'm going to call this Threads tutorial. And make sure everything else looks like this. We want SwiftUI as the interface, Swift as the language. And let's hit next. And let's just go ahead, and I'm going to put this in my documents folder right here. Hit create. And this should be what you see now in your Xcode project. So if you guys have followed my content before, you know I always like to get started with setting up this project directory over here. I'm big on file organization. I think it's really, really helpful, especially as projects get large. So let's go ahead and set this directory up now. So we're going to create some new groups, guys. So just highlight this, and you can either hit Command Option N or right click and say new group. And we are going to create 6 of these folders. 5, 6. The first one is going to be called app. The second one is going to be called core. Third is going to be extensions. Fourth is going to be a folder for our models. Fifth, we are going to create a folder for services. And last but not least, we are going to create a folder for our utilities. So really quickly, guys, let's just go ahead and take this app file and move it into our app folder. And now I want to add some folders to this core guy that we see here as well. So we're going to create 2 more folders inside of the core folder. The first one is going to be for our authentication. So this is going to have all of our login and sign up stuff, as we can see right here. So we're going to build our login view and our sign up view to start this project out. And then we're going to make another one here for the root view of our application, guys. And what we're going to do is go ahead and throw this content view up into the root folder. And inside of our authentication guy, we're going to create another folder for our views. And then we are actually going to create our first project file here. It's going to be a SwiftUI view, and it's going to be called our login view, just like that. So make sure you guys preview gets up and running. And next up, guys, that's going to actually wrap it up for this video. We're going to get started with building out the user interface for this login page. And that's going to be followed by the sign up page before we hop into building the user interface for the application itself. So get excited for that. We will see you guys there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be building out the login view that we see here. So let's just go ahead and jump right into the code and get started. The first thing we're going to do, guys, is delete this text right here, and we're going to add a navigation stack. And the reason for that is we need to be able to go back and forth between our login and sign up page. We're going to introduce that functionality later on, but we definitely want to start this off by wrapping this whole thing in a navigation stack. Then we're going to add a VStack. And the first thing we're going to add is our image that we see here. So I'm just going to go ahead and create an image, and it's going to be called Threads app icon. And I have this in my assets folder, guys. You guys won't have access to this. You can either download the image from Google, or if you guys want access to the source code for this project, you can head over to my website at stephancodes.com and go to the YouTube section. The link is in the description to this video. This page contains all of the source code for the YouTube projects that I do. If you guys are watching the pro version of this course, you will obviously have access to the assets after your purchase. But guys, in order to access this page, you are going to need to become a member. Any one of these plans will get you access to that page. I highly recommend the Diamond plan because it gets you access to everything on the site. That includes all app templates, all pro courses, and everything for just $39.99 a month. And the pro version of this course is available for sale as well on the app templates page. It includes a bunch of additional features that won't be included in this YouTube course. But now that I have plugged that shamelessly, let's go ahead and get back to building our login page. So here, guys, we're going to say .resizable, scale to fit, frame of width and height 120 by 120. And then we're going to give it some padding as well. And then I'm going to go ahead and create another VStack for my text fields here, guys. And before we start creating those text fields, let's go ahead and create some state properties for our text field text. So we're going to have one for email and one for our password. And now we're going to go ahead and create these 2 text fields. So I'm going to say text field and select this option with title and text. The placeholder is going to be enter your email. And we are going to pass in our state property of our email right there. And then I'm going to create a secure field that says enter your password. And we're going to pass in our state password property right there as well. Okay. So we obviously need to do some styling of those text fields in a little bit. We'll come back to that. Next up, guys, we're going to add this forgot password option. So here we're going to create a navigation link, and it's going to just say text forgot password for now. And then our label is going to be this forgot password guy. So we're going to create a text. It's going to say forgot password. And we're going to give it a font of .footnote. A font weight of .semi-bold, .padding, .top, .padding, .trailing of 28 pixels. And then we are going to say .frame max width is dot infinity, alignment is dot trailing, and then we're gonna just say dot foreground color is dot black. All right, so that looks pretty good. And next up, guys, we just need to create this button and then our little navigation link down here. So let's just keep going. So I'm gonna create a button here with an action and a label. And here we're gonna say text login. And we're gonna give it a font of dot sub headline, font weight of dot semi bold, a foreground color of white, a frame of width and height. It's going to be 352 by 44. And then we're going to say dot background is dot black. And then we are going to give it a corner radius of 8 pixels, guys. So that's going to get our button looking nice and pretty. We're going to come back and style those text fields in a little bit. For now, let's just go ahead and continue on with our setup. We just have to do this divider here and this navigation link here. So let's go ahead and add a spacer. And you guys will notice that's going to shove everything up to the top. Before we move forward, let's just go back to the top of our VStack and add another spacer here at the top. And that's going to sort of sandwich everything in the middle like that really nicely. So now we'll add a divider. And we can see that's showing up at the bottom. And let's just go ahead and create another navigation link here, guys. So I'm going to say navigation link. Value and label. Oh, no, not value. Sorry. Title and destination, or destination and label rather, is what we want. So this will just be text registration view for now. And our label, guys, is going to be an H stack. It's going to say text, don't have an account, with a space, and then another text guy that says sign up. Let's actually remove that space there. Yep, okay. Now let's just get our font and everything right. So we are gonna go to this H stack and say dot font is dot footnote. And we're gonna give the whole thing a vertical padding of 16 pixels, right? To get that spacing nice there. And then we're gonna say dot foreground color is dot black. Right, so that is looking pretty good. We just need to bold this sign up right here. So on the sign up text, we're going to say dot font weight is dot semi bold. And on the H stack, guys, go ahead and add a spacing of 3 pixels. So that's going to make it look a lot more like regular spacing. And this is looking pretty good, right? So next up, guys, all we need to do, first off, let's test this out. And you guys can see that our navigation link is working beautifully. It's working with our forgot password guy as well, so that looks good. Let's just go ahead and style these text fields, and that's going to wrap it up for our login view. We will then be able to move on to our sign up view, which is going to be extremely similar, so we'll be able to knock both of these out in one video. So let's see. Let's go up to these text fields and start modifying them. So we are going to say dot font of dot sub headline, dot padding of 12, dot background is going to be color, open parentheses, dot system, gray, 6. Dot corner radius is 10. Dot padding of dot horizontal of 24 pixels. So that looks really good. And we could literally just go ahead and copy and paste this to that guy right there. And that looks really, really good to me, guys. There's just one thing we need to fix, which is the padding on our forgot password button. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and add maybe some padding on the bottom or on the vertical edges of that. So I'm going to say dot padding dot bottom as well. Yeah, so maybe we should just make this vertical here and delete that. Yes, so that looks really good right there. All right, guys, so this is looking really nice. Let's go ahead and hop over to get started with creating our registration view now. And it's going to be extremely similar to this login view we just created, and then we'll be able to move on to the main interface of the application. So let's go up to our views folder, guys, and we are going to create this registration view. And we're just going to start copy and pasting a lot of stuff, right? Because a lot of it is really, really similar. So we do not want that to be inside of a navigation stack. The root view of this is the login view, and that's in a navigation stack, so we don't need that. We are going to grab this vstack spacer image and all this stuff about the text fields as well. So go ahead and copy that, guys, from vstack down to that bracket right there with our text fields, and literally just go ahead and paste it in here. And we need to hit enter and add a closing bracket to that for now. And then we are going to want to copy and paste our state properties as well to make those errors go away. And that should look pretty good. Right, awesome. So it's coming together. Now we just need to add 2 more text fields here, guys. So we need email, password, full name, and username. So we can go ahead and copy and paste this guy 2 more times. And here we're just going to say enter your full name and enter your username. And then we just need to create properties for those as well. So make sure you guys swap these out. If you guys don't, everything you type into the email field will go into those text fields as well, which we don't want. That would be nasty. So let's say state private var full name and state private var username. And let's go ahead and drop these in. Full name, $, username. Awesome. And then we just need our sign up button. Well, guess what? We have that as well from this guy right here. So we can go ahead and copy and paste that. Drop that bad boy in right there and just change the text to sign up. And maybe let's give him some padding. Yep, that looks pretty good. And then we're going to add a spacer, guys, and do this divider and this guy here. So definitely want to grab the divider. Well, that was a waste of copy and paste because we're actually not going to make this a navigation link. We are going to make this a button. So we're going to have action and label. And the action is going to come in a second. The label is going to be very similar to our login view. But guys, make sure you don't make that a navigation link. A navigation link is supposed to take you somewhere. When we hit this button, we want it to dismiss that screen. So it's not going to be a navigation link. It is going to be a button. But we are going to grab this H stack that we see here and make that the button's label. And we're just going to change it to already have an account, sign in. And that's going to take the user back to the login page. And then on the button, we just add a vertical padding of 16 pixels there as well. And it was that easy to get our login and sign up page taken care of, guys. So a little bonus feature I want us to do is I want us to extract these all of these view modifiers into a custom view modifier class before we move on, because we have the exact same thing copy and pasted repeatedly between 2 files. And you guys can see why that is pretty nasty, and it's just not professional, clean code. And we are going to do this for the button as well. So we're going to go into our utils folder, guys, and we're going to create a folder here for view modifiers. And I'm going to make a Swift file, and this is going to be threads text field modifier. And I am just going to copy and paste this, guys. And you guys can pause the video and type it out, just in the interest of saving time. But essentially, you're just going to import SwiftUI. You're going to create this view modifier. It has to introduce this function. And this is how we modify the content. So it's exactly what we had for each one of those text fields. And now, once you guys have typed that out, let's go back to our login and registration view and modify our text field. So we can delete all of this stuff, right? And I can say .modifier threads text field modifier. And I can grab that and just go right there. And that looks really good, right? And also for the email, guys, I want us to add one more piece of code. I want us to say auto capitalization is .none. And this is something that we don't want to be part of that modifier, because this is something we only want to apply individually to this email field. We don't want capitalization showing up. That would kind of be a poor user experience. Just a nice little touch there. And let's go ahead and modify everything in our registration view as well. Threads text field modifier. Boom. So much cleaner code, and if you guys were to have multiple fields in your sign up, this effect would sort of compound here. Like I said, guys, this is just a lot more professional, way cleaner, and it's something that's worth taking the extra effort to do. So we have some nice clean code now. I'm not going to do that for the button. You guys could do that as a homework assignment if you wish. I'm going to wrap this video up here, guys, and we are going to go and start building out the main interface of the application now with our tab bar and all of these awesome views that we see here. So get excited for that. We'll see you in the next one. Peace. Back in our last video, we got our Authentication UI set up. There is one more thing that I want us to add in there before we move on to our tab bar setup, and that is how to dismiss this view once we go there from the login view. So obviously we tap on this, and we want it to take us back to the login view. If we tap on the login view button there, it takes us over to the registration view. So let's go ahead and implement that. It's going to be super simple. We're just going to go into the registration view and create an environment variable /.dismiss, bar dismiss. And in this button action right down here, you are going to say dismiss. And guys, if we go back to our login view, make sure that you're at the login view when you try to do this and you hit this button. That's another thing we need to add. Right now, we just have our destination as this text. We need to change it to registration view. And then let's also say .navigation bar, I think it's back. Yep, this guy, navigation bar back button hidden is true. And now let's go ahead and click on this, guys. We don't want to show the navigation bar up at the top there because we can dismiss this screen from clicking that guy right there. So that functionality is looking really nice. Now let's go ahead and get started with implementing our tab view. So we are going to go up to the core folder and create another group, and it's going to be called tab bar. And let's go ahead and add this QRST. So we need to add root before that, right, to keep it in alphabetical order. I promise you guys that is worth it as the project starts to get really large. It makes finding things way easier, and it makes your code way less messy. So anyway, let's go ahead and create a SwiftUI view here. And we're going to call this Threads tab view. And let's go ahead and get started with our implementation here. So we are going to go here, guys, and we're going to create something called a tab view. And we're going to use this selection parameter here as well. This is going to help us keep track of which tab view we have selected. So we need to create a state property here up at the top. And we can just call it selection, or we could call it selected tab. And it's just going to be an integer, and it'll be 0. And here we go ahead and say $selected tab, and then tab over and hit enter on the content. So here we're going to create a couple tab items, guys. So I don't believe we have any of these views actually created yet, so we're just going to make them text components for now. We're going to say text feed view .tab item. And you're going to hit enter on this label, and we're going to create an image, and it's going to be system name selected tab equals 0, yes, house.fill, no house. So the reason I'm doing this way, guys, is because if the default way that SwiftUI sets the tab bars up is it automatically fills in the images for you, and I don't really like that. I like it where if we go away from that tab, i.e. it's not the selected one, it presents it as like an empty image, right? Not house.fill, but house. And then when you select it, it changes to the house.fill. The same with the heart. So we're going to go over how to set that up. It's a really nice trick. Then we just need to say .environment And the key path is going to be \symbol variance. And we're just going to say selected tab equals 0, yes.fill, no.none. So that's just how you accomplish that effect. So let's go ahead and just create the rest of our tab views, guys. We're going to say text explore and .tab item. And this is going to be a little different. We don't need to do it this way because the magnifying glass does not have a fill option. So it's always just going to be this guy. And whenever we select it, the color of it will change. So we can literally just go here and say image system name magnifying glass. And let's go ahead and test this out. And that doesn't seem to be working. It's not working yet because we haven't modified the selected tab property. We'll do that in a little bit. Let's just go ahead and copy and paste this a couple times to get the rest of our tab bar filled out. So we have 5 tab items. This guy is going to be upload thread. This guy is going to be activity. This guy is going to be profile, right? And we are going to use this methodology on the heart and person options, guys. So let's go ahead and copy that. And for the activity, we'll go ahead and paste it. And this is going to change to heart.fill and heart. And then just make sure you say selected tab equals 0, 1, 2, 3, and 3 there as well. Let's copy and paste this and add it for our profile guy as well. And this is going to be person.fill and person. And then make sure you change these guys to 4 and 4. Okay, and then this guy for the uploading a thread is just going to be plus. And once again, we don't need to bother with the filling of the images because the plus only has one variant. So next up, guys, let's go over how to actually implement that functionality and change our tab view selection. So here we're going to go beneath that tab item and say on appear, and you're just going to open up 2 brackets and say selected tab equals 0. And then you're going to say .tag 0. So let's copy and paste this a couple times and just change the values. So this is going to be 1. This is going to be 2. Oops. And this is going to be 3. And profile is going to be 4. So just make sure all of these numbers line up, guys, especially with these image variants. You got to make sure that you have the correct number that corresponds to each tab item there. So now you'll be able to see that when I navigate away from home, it empties out the home image, and when I select it, it changes it to the filled home image. And the same is true for heart and person. And next up, guys, we're going to want to change the tab bar tint color to black, not blue. So we're going to say .tint, and it's just going to be black. And now we notice that our tab bar is looking really good, and we have an associated view for each one of our tab bar items. So that looks great, guys. The next thing I want us to do is actually create these views. So we're going to actually go ahead and create some more folders and some more views for this stuff, so that we can actually start building out the UI for all of these things. So first off, let's do our feed guy. So in our core folder, let's create a new group for our feed. And here we're going to create a folder for our views, and then create a SwiftUI view called feed view. And let's just make the text say hello feed or something like that. And let's go ahead and go to our tab bar and drop that in. So replace text feed view with our actual feed view, right? And we see it says hello feed. And let's get this alphabetical. So it should just go right there. And next up we have explore. And just do the same thing, guys. Create a view folder, SwiftUI view, explore view. And this can say explore view. And let's get this alphabetical. Should be right there. Back to our tab bar. explore view. And we're just going to repeat that process until we're done. So let's go and create another folder here. This one is going to be called thread creation, view, SwiftUI view, create thread view, text, create thread, thread creation, and this will go all the way at the bottom. One more guy for activity, view, SwiftUI view, activity view, text, activity. That can stay right there. And then one more for our profile. Cool. So let's see, that should go right there. Create view. And we are going to create a SwiftUI view and call it profile view. Awesome. And go back to our tab bar. And let's just replace all of these guys. So this is going to be our create thread view. This is going to be our activity view. And this is going to be our profile view. So that is going to wrap it up for our tab bar setup for now, guys. There are a couple other pieces of functionality we're going to have to implement later on. Like for example, when we hit this guy here, we actually wanted to present a sheet so that we can create a thread and all of that cool stuff. Right now, it's not doing that, but we're going to get into all of that stuff later on. I want us to get started with the user interface for our feed here. And then we'll move on to our explore and all of that other stuff. So we'll see in the next one, guys, where we're going to be setting up our feed view. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In our last video, we got our tab bar set up, and in this video, we are going to be going over how to get started building out this feed view UI. So let's go up to the top here and go to our feed view. And the first thing we're going to do, guys, is wrap this up in a navigation stack. And this is a navigatable view, so you guys will notice that we'll be able to click on threads, we'll be able to click on users, and navigate to different screens. So we definitely want this to be inside of a navigation stack. So next up, guys, we are going to just create a scroll view. We're going to say shows indicators is false, and our content is going to be a lazy VStack. Very important that you guys make this a lazy VStack. You don't want to make this a VStack. You want that lazy loading here. And brief explanation of that, guys, is a lazy VStack will only load the items that are currently on screen. Whereas if you just made this a VStack and there were 50 threads or 100 threads in your feed, it would render all of those views unnecessarily, right? The lazy VStack only renders them as they come on screen, so it's much more efficient in terms of scrolling and just the overall experience of your application. So then, guys, we're going to create a for each loop. And let's just go from like 0 to like 10, say ID \self. And then you're just going to say thread in. And right now, this is just going to represent a number, but obviously later on that will represent a thread. Then let's just go ahead and say like, I don't know, text thread goes here. Right. So this is sort of the foundation for our feed view. It's a scrollable list of items. Next up, guys, we are going to go ahead and start creating these thread cells. So let's go ahead and create a new view. For that, it's going to be a SwiftUI view, and we're going to call it a thread cell. Okay, so this is what's going to represent each one of our feed view items, and then we are going to place each one of these thread cells inside of that for each loop so that it renders each individual thread on the screen. So like I said, this guy is just going to represent each individual thread view. So let's go ahead and start creating this, guys. This is going to be an overall VStack. And then we're going to create this HStack. We're going to say alignment is .top. Spacing is 12. And we're going to start off with creating this image here. And then we're going to create this VStack with the username and the caption for the thread, and then the timestamp and this little action button that we see here. So first off, we are going to say image, and I'm going to do like Max Verstappen. You guys could, pick any image you have and just drop it into your assets folder here. Once again, if you guys want the assets that I have as part of this app, you can download the source code. The link is in the description to the video. But I just have an image of Max Verstappen here. And we're going to say .resizable, .scaled to fill, frame width and height of, let's make it 40 by 40. And that looks pretty good. And then we are just going to give it a clip shape of a circle. Let me make sure that that size is correct, guys. Yes, that is the size we want. And next up, we are going to, within that same HStack, create a VStack. And this is going to be for our user's username and the thread caption. So I'm going to say text Max Verstappen 1, and this is going to be .font of .footnote. Oops, yeah, I messed that up. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Yep, okay, so .font of .footnote, .font weight, .semi-bold, and then we are going to create this text for the thread caption. So let's just say like maybe, I don't know, Formula 1 champion. And that looks pretty good. Let's just go ahead and make our alignment .leading here, and the spacing is going to be 4. And the font weight on this guy is going to be footnote as well. And then we're going to say multi-line text alignment is going to be .leading. So that's looking pretty good, right guys? So what we're actually going to do to get this stuff, the timestamp label and this guy right here, is we are going to wrap this text component that we see here in an HStack, guys. So the first guy that I wrote, the user's username, let's just go ahead and command click onto that and say embed in HStack. And then what we're going to do is add a spacer. We're going to say text like 10M for the timestamp, and the font is going to be .caption, and foreground color is going to be color .system gray 3. So that's our little timestamp label, and then we need our button action and label, and it's going to be an image of a system name ellipsis. Oops, and then the foreground style or color of that is going to be dark. Actually, we need to say color .dark gray. So that looks pretty good. Awesome. Now, this is looking pretty good, guys. Next up, we need to get this action button view here with like, comment, repost, and share. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So below this text component, guys, which is the caption for our thread, we are going to go ahead and create an HStack here. The spacing is going to be 16 pixels. And this is we're just gonna go ahead and create 4 buttons here. So I'm gonna say button, action, and label. And it's gonna be an image of system name heart. And then, guys, we're just going to copy and paste this 4 times and change the image name, right? So we have heart, and then we have bubble.right, and then we have arrow.rectangle path. Cool. And then we have a paper plane. And let's go ahead and see if we can adjust the spacing of that, guys. So I believe we're going to want to give that a vertical padding. We do want a little bit of spacing there. So on this HStack, let's say .padding, .vertical, and maybe go 8 pixels. Yep, that looks really good. And then we were going to give this a foreground color of .black for each one of those buttons. So that's looking really, really nice there, guys. So next up, we're going to go over dropping this into our feed view now, guys. That was a pretty simple setup. So also one more thing we can do is give this some padding. So on this overall VStack that we have here, guys, just go ahead and say .padding. And that is going to get everything nice and indented and give it a nice border right there. Oh, and we forgot this divider. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So right before the VStack is over, just go ahead and say divider. And that looks really good right there. So now go back to your feed view and we are just going to drop that in here. We're just going to say thread cell. So that's looking really, really good, right guys? And next up, all we're gonna do is give this a navigation title and have it say threads at the top. So what we're gonna do is on that scroll view, make sure you don't do it on the navigation stack bracket. Make sure you do it on the scroll view bracket here. We're gonna say .navigation title is threads and .navigation bar title display mode is .inline. So you guys will notice that that is looking absolutely beautiful. And we can go ahead and add this little refresh button here as well, guys. But something else I want us to do is go ahead and on the scroll view add a .refreshable line, and you can just say print debug refresh threads, and then that gives us that beautiful pull down to refresh functionality. We'll implement the functionality for that later on. And then on this guy, if you want the user to be able to just trigger a refresh there as well, we can say .toolbar. And then we're just going to go ahead and create a button with an action and a label. And the label is going to be image, system name. Let me check the system name of this guy really quickly. I believe it's like arrow.counterclockwise. Yep. And we're going to say foreground color is black. And let's see. Ooh, we want to make this a toolbar item. Sorry guys. So go ahead and cut that and say toolbar item with a placement of navigation bar trailing, and go ahead and paste that in there. And we should see that showing up. It is being a little stubborn. So sometimes what you have to do in order to get this to work, guys, is go ahead and go down to your preview and wrap this feed view inside of a navigation stack. And you guys can see it showing up beautifully there. And now the user has a manual refresh option as well as a pull to refresh option. It's nice to have both. So that is going to wrap it up for our feed view, guys. This is looking really, really good so far. Next up, we are going to start going over this search view UI before we move on to our profile. So we'll see you guys there. Peace out. Welcome back. In our last video, we set up our feed view UI. In this video, we are going to be setting up our explore view UI. So it's going to be this scrollable, searchable list of users, and we're going to have a follow button there as well that will indicate to us if we are following them or not, and we will also be able to follow or unfollow them from here as well. So let's go ahead and get started. We are going to go to our Explore View file, and we are once again going to start by wrapping this in a navigation stack. And the reason for that is I can obviously click on these users and it will take me over to their profile. So we want navigation capability here. Next up, guys, we are going to have a scroll view, which is going to be wrapped up in a lazy VStack. Once again, it's important to utilize a lazy VStack here because we don't want to load all of these users at the same time. We only want to load them as they come onto the screen. So that's looking good. Next up, guys, let's go ahead and make this searchable. So we're going to say .searchable. We're going to use the text and the prompt option. We need to create our search text here. So I'm going to say @state private var search text equals an empty string. Go ahead and add it there. And our prompt is just going to be search. And let's see what that ends up looking like. So now we can see that we have that search bar that hides as we scroll, which is really nice. We are going to add a navigation title. It's going to be search, so you guys can see that showing up there as well. And then we just need to create this user list view here, guys. So we're going to start by creating a for each loop. We're going to say 0 up to maybe 10. And for our content, we can just say user in. And then we also need to add our ID property here of \self. And then this is just going to be a pretty simple H stack, guys. So we're going to have an H stack. We're going to have an image. I'm going to say Max Verstappen. Dot resizable dot frame. And I believe it's just going to be width and height of 40 by 40. Let me see if that is spelled correctly. Should be. Oh, it's Max dash Verstappen. That's why he's not showing up. Make sure you spell your image names right, guys. Okay, so that's looking good. And then we're going to say dot clip shape is a circle. Perfect. And next to that, we are going to have a VStack. Text Max Verstappen 1. Dot font, dot footnote, dot font weight, dot semi bold. And then below that, we are going to have a text with the user's full name. So it's going to say Max Verstappen. And also going to apply that dot font of dot footnote there. And let's see. Then we want to make the alignment leading on our VStack here. So now, guys, what we can actually do is extract this dot font footnote and just put it on the VStack itself. Because both of those things need the footnote font, and only this one gets bolded, so that's looking good. Next up, within that H stack, guys, go ahead and apply a spacer. And then we are going to create this follow button here. So it's just going to be text follow dot font dot subheadline dot font weight dot semi bold dot frame of width and height of 100 by 32 dot overlay. And we're just going to create a rounded rectangle with a corner radius of 10 dot stroke of it's going to be color dot system gray 4, and then the line width is going to be 1. So let's see how that looks. Ooh, go ahead and just delete the style. That's my bad, guys. Okay, so that looks really good, right? And now what we're going to do, guys, is on this H stack, we are going to go ahead and give it a horizontal padding. So let's see, we're going to go here and say dot padding dot horizontal. So that looks really, really good. And then we just need to apply a divider here as well. So what we're going to need to do, guys, is on each one of these, we need to wrap it in a V stack. So we need to click on the H stack that's inside of our for loop, say embed in V stack. And then we are going to go within that VStack and apply a divider. Just like that. So that's looking really good. And now on this VStack, guys, we are going to apply some padding here as well. So I'm going to say dot padding dot vertical of 4 pixels, just to give each one of these things some space. And that's looking pretty good right there. And before we end this video, guys, I just want to do some code refactoring. You guys can see here that we've been using this like circular image view in a couple places, and that's going to be used in a lot more places in our application. So what I want us to do is actually just create a separate subclass for that. And then I also want to subclass out this user cell, as we will be doing that in other places in the application as well. You guys can see we use that sort of exact same setup in a couple different places in the application. So it's always good to refactor early and refactor often so that your life is easier down the road. So let's go ahead and go up to our core folder and make another guy for something called components. And this is like going to be a folder that we have for reusable components in our application. And we're going to make two files here. One is going to be this circular profile image view. And for now, what we can do is simply just go and grab this guy right here. Paste that in there. And that looks good, right? Eventually, guys, we will replace this with like the ability to have like a placeholder image. As you see here, profile images are optional in our application. So we can see here that Batman hasn't added a profile image, so it just shows up with this like placeholder image instead of just showing up as blank. We're going to add all that functionality later. We'll also add the functionality to introduce custom sizing, but for now, we can leave this like this. Let's just go ahead and go back to our Explorer view and drop our circular profile image view in there. And obviously, we'll also add the ability to, pass in whatever image the user has instead of just this static Max Verstappen image. And we were using that in one more place, guys. We were using it in our thread cell. So let's go ahead and extract that out from there as well. So right here is where we had that. We are going to say circular profile image view. And really quickly, there's something I forgot to add. We should go back here and say dot scaled to fill to make sure the aspect ratio is correct. Awesome. And next up, guys, we are going to need to create one more thing, and this is going to be called a user cell. And we're pretty much going to go and grab all of this stuff that we see here from for that user cell. I don't want us to grab the divider. We want the ability to add that when we like in certain situations. So all we're going to do is grab this H stack here. So just go ahead and cut this out. Let's go to our user cell, paste that bad boy in there. It's showing up really nicely. Let's go back to our Explorer view and pass in that user cell. So you guys notice that's a lot cleaner, and now we have the ability to use this in multiple places in our application simply by calling that custom subclass we just created, as well as the circular profile image view. So that's going to wrap it up for this video, guys. We just did some really clean refactors, and we really got the user interface of this app coming together really quickly. So next up, we're going to be moving on to the profile view. So get excited for that, guys, but we'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In this video, we're going to build out the user profile UI. So we can see that we have that on our screen here. Let's just go ahead and get started. So we're going to jump into our profile folder and go to this profile view. So the first thing I want us to do is set up this profile header that we have here. So we are going to start first off, guys, by wrapping this whole thing up in a scroll view. So let's do scroll, shows indicators and content. We don't want to show the indicators, and we are just going to open up that bracket for our content. You guys will notice that this is just one big scrollable list. So the first thing we're going to do, guys, is get our this VStack going with our user's full name and their username. So I'm going to say VStack. The alignment is going to be leading, and my content there. And we're going to have a spacing of 4 pixels, guys. And then I'm just going to say text Charles Leclerc dot font dot title 2 dot font weight dot semi bold, and then text. This will be for their username. Dot font is dot sub headline. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Next up, guys, we want to get their bio in there and then their user stats right here as well. So what we're going to do is wrap this inside of another VStack because we have different spacing parameters, right? So anytime you have like vertically stacked things and you want custom spacing between everything, you use nested VStack. So that's what I like to do. So we can just go ahead and command click on that and say embed that in a VStack. And the alignment here is going to be leading as well. Spacing is going to be 12 here. So this, let me start adding some comments, guys. Full name and username. And this guy is going to be for our bio and stats. Right. So sometimes when you start having a really intricate view with a lot of stacks, it's really helpful to add comments just to make it clear what's what. And, you know, as this gets larger, it'll make it easier to find and modify things. So anyway, within this VStack, guys, we are going to say text Formula 1 driver for Scuderia Ferrari. And then we are going to have this text for like to followers. .font is going to be .caption. .foreground color is .gray. And this guy is going to have a font of .footnote. So we can see here that like looks pretty good right there, right? Next up, guys, to get this profile image view in here, what we're going to do is wrap all of this inside of an H stack and then add our profile image view right there. So we're sort of working from the inside out here. So what we can do is go to your bio and stats VStack, command click on that and say embed in H stack. And then we are going to just add a spacer here. And then we're going to drop our circular profile image view in there. So we can see here that that's already coming in handy, and it makes it way easier for us to just drop that in there. You guys will notice that we do want a different size of our profile image view here, and we want it to be aligned at the top. So we're going to fix the alignment problem right now. On your H stack, guys, you can just give it an alignment of .top. That is a really nice trick that we can use with H stacks. They have a vertical alignment property, and now it's aligned nicely with all of this stuff. So that looks good to me. What we can do now, guys, is maybe just on our scroll view, add some padding. Let me see if that's, yep. So on the scroll view itself, just go here and say .padding of .horizontal. So that looks really good, right? Next up, let's see if we can get these buttons going here. So this is going to be a little bit different because this is for our current user's profile. If we just go to a guest user profile, we can call it, it'll have this just follow button. That's what we're going to be doing for now, guys. So we're just going to be building out this follow button that we see here. So let's see, we want everything now to be inside or outside of this H stack. What I want us to do is actually wrap the whole thing in a V stack. So let's go ahead and command click on this guy and say embed in V stack. And we're going to give this a spacing of 20, right? So now if we go below here, that's where we are going to add this follow button and ultimately this user content list right there. So what we can do now, guys, is create a button with an action and a label. And the label is just going to be text follow .font .subheadline .font weight is .semi-bold .foreground color is .white .frame width and height of 352 by 32 .background is .black .corner radius is 8. So that looks really good there. And next up, guys, we get to create this fancy user content list view that we see here. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So right below this button, guys, let's just go ahead and add another comment. So we can say like user content list view. And the first thing I want us to do, guys, is sort of create a model for this these options that we have here. So the reason I want to do that and not just add like a text option that says threads and replies is because it makes it more scalable. If you guys were to ever want to add more options in here, like user likes or mentions and stuff, the model that we're going to build is going to like enable you to have a more scalable solution. So really quickly, what I want us to do in our profile folder is go to create another guy for model. And we're just going to go ahead and create a new file in this model folder, and it's going to be a Swift file, and we're going to call this profile thread filter. Profile thread filter, cool. And this is just going to be an enumeration, guys. So we're going to say enum profile thread filter. It's going to be case iterable, and it's also going to be an integer type enum. And we're going to say case threads, case replies. So the reason I like to use enums here, guys, is because they are just really robust structures for things like this. Anytime you have like custom options like we do for these threads and replies or these filters that we have, enums are the best thing in my opinion to use because of how scalable and maintainable they are. So now we have these two options here, and like I said, you could add options to this based on the needs for your application. You could say like likes or mentions, stuff like that, but we're just going to be doing threads and replies. So next up, guys, all we need to do is add like a title property for this. So we're going to say var title, which is a string, and you can just say switch self. In this case, self just refers to the enum here, so it's going to switch through these two cases. We're going to say case.threads, return threads, and case.replies, return replies, just like that. Pretty simple. Now we're going to be able to use this model and drop it back in here. And we're going to be able to loop through it, which is really nice because of this case iterable protocol that we're conforming to. So let's go ahead here, guys, and we're going to create a VStack. And in order to create this little filter view, we need an HStack. Then I'm going to say for each, and we're going to say profile thread filter dot all cases, and you're going to say filter in, right? And now what we're going to do is create a VStack, and we're going to say text filter dot title. Okay, so we do need to conform to the identifiable protocol here, guys. So instead of dropping the ID property in here, we can just go back here and conform to identifiable and just say var ID int return self.raw value. So because each one of these this is an integer type enum, Swift automatically assigns a raw value to each one of our cases, sort of under the hood. We don't have to explicitly do this. So SwiftUI needs this ID property because we are looping through this stuff so that it can uniquely identify each view. And that's what this ID property is used for, and that's what we need to implement when we conform to the identifiable protocol. You guys will notice now that this error goes away, and we no longer need to add that ID property in our for each loop because this is an identifiable struct now, or enum, whatever it is. It's just a type. So you guys can see here that now we're getting these two things showing up, which is really good, right? So anyway, let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. We're going to say .font is .subheadline, and that's going to make it look a little better. Now we need a means of determining our selected filter, guys. So what I want us to do is sort of go up to the top before we continue on with the UI, and we're going to add a property here for our selected filter, and it's going to just be our profile thread filter, and it's going to default to threads. So this is just going to be a state property that helps us keep track of our selected filter. Anytime I tap one of them, it will modify that selected filter and then ultimately perform some animations and show me with the correct list of things. So let me show you guys what it looks like when a user has some replies. So this is like a more like a bigger list of threads, and then Max Verstappen also has some replies like Daniel Ricciardo. So this is what it looks like in the completed application. And we need this selected filter property to determine which list we're going to show and how to animate between the two things. So let's just keep going here, guys. We're going to say .font weight. And now we're going to say selected filter equals our filter, yes, .semibold, no, .regular. Okay, so now we need to add this sort of like underline view, right? So I'm going to say if selected filter equals our filter, we're going to add a rectangle, foreground color is black, frame width is 180, height is 1, and then we're going to say we can do the match geometry effect in a little bit actually. Let's just go ahead and say else. We're going to copy this and we're just going to make this guy clear. Right? So the reason you have to add like the clear rectangle here, guys, is because if you don't have this, it's going to throw the sizing off of your view, right? You guys can see here that because we don't add that like invisible rectangle under here, it just makes everything really messy and sort of scrunched together. But when we add the same exact rectangle, just invisible, it sort of evens everything out, right? And what we're going to do, the logic here, guys, is that when we select one of these, we're just going to make sure that the rectangle shifts over to that option. So pretty simple. To do that, we're just going to go on this overall VStack and we're going to say on tap gesture with animation dot spring. We are going to say selected filter equals this filter. So now we can go here and you guys notice that it is going to animate over and it's going to change the like font, whether it's bolded or not and all of that good stuff. You guys notice that the animation isn't super smooth though. Like this is really smooth. We can actually see that line moving. So in order to accomplish that effect, we are just going to add a matched geometry effect here, guys. So basically all we need to do is on this rectangle, just say matched geometry effect. ID is just going to be item. You can make it any sort of string you want. And now we need to create like this namespace. So we're just going to go up to the top and say at namespace var animation, and then go ahead and drop that in here. Animation. So that should be all we need to do. Now, guys, when I move that over, you guys notice that the preview is always janky for some reason. But if you guys notice, if I click replies, it's really smooth. But then if I go back to threads, it doesn't animate as smoothly. If we were to run this app on the simulator, everything would be functioning as we see up here. So that's just how we get that sort of fancy custom filter view, guys. And this is a really scalable solution, as I mentioned before, where you guys can add or remove cases as you see fit. And everything will work itself out because we set our we architected this in a way that is much more scalable than other ways that you could accomplish this. So that's a nice little pro tip for you guys. And just as a little bonus feature, I want to show you guys what I mean by that and how to accomplish that. So let's imagine we wanted to add another option here for like likes. So displaying the list of threads that a user has liked. We can just go back to our enum right here and we can add another case. So we could add a likes option. And then this is going to throw an error in all of the places that we need to modify because we're using switch statements through an enumeration. So we can just go here, select that add likes guy, and here we can obviously just say the title for this is likes. And then we can go back to our profile view, and you guys are going to notice this looks a little bit janky, right? So that's because we have this hard-coded value of 180. I'm going to show you guys how to solve this option. So basically, we need to shrink the size of this guy, the width of this rectangle, the more options that we have. So basically, what we can do is go up to the top here and create a private property. It just needs to be a variable. And we can call this filter bar width. And it's going to be a CG float. And we just need to get the count of the profile thread filter options that we have, right? Because the width of that rectangle is going to be based off of that. And we need to set it up as a CG float. So we can say let count equal CG float profile thread filter dot all cases dot count. And this will give us back in this situation 3, right? Because we have 3 options here. If it was 2, it would give us back 2. So this will always just give us back the number of cases that we have. And then what we can do is say return UI screen dot main dot bounds dot width divided by count minus 20, guys. So basically, this is just going to say, hey, take the width of the screen, divide it by the number of options we have, and then just give it 20 pixels of padding on both. So it would be kind of like 10 pixels of padding on both sides. You guys could play around with this value as you see fit. But then all we need to do, guys, is go down here and drop that filter bar width right there. And you guys will notice that it adjusts beautifully. And if you guys want to, like I said, adjust this a little bit, you could maybe make it 16. It'll make that a little bigger. If you remove it altogether, that's definitely something you don't want, right? Because then that causes the rest of your stuff up here to get kind of messy. So you definitely do want some padding. That's what that's going to do. So I like about 16 to 20 pixels of padding. All that looks great. And you guys will notice now that if I go back to my profile thread filter and remove the likes option, that's all I got to do. Go back to my profile view. It will automatically adjust to make that just look absolutely beautiful. So that is a really, really customizable solution that we just did, guys. And that's the difference between a pro coder and a newbie, right? Pros think with scalability in mind. So now anytime I want to add or remove options to this filter, or anytime I want to use it somewhere else, I'm already set up to do that. So that's just a pro tip for you guys. So last but not least, guys, we are going to go ahead and drop this threads list into our user content list view right here. So within our VStack, we are going to go ahead and create a lazy VStack. We're going to say for each 0 up to 10 ID \self thread in, and we can just drop our thread cell in there. And that looks really good. And this has really come together nicely, guys. The only thing I want us to do is maybe add some padding on this guy. So let's go ahead and on our VStack, let's go ahead and just say maybe like padding dot vertical of like 8 pixels. So just gives it some padding on the vertical edges, and gives us some spacing between that follow button and there. And that's looking really, really nice, guys. So next up, that's going to wrap it up for this one. Only one more thing we have to do, which we will do later, is add the ability to customize our circular profile image view. Here we can see that we have different sizes, and we'll add that functionality a little bit later. Though what I want us to do next is figure out how to build out this edit profile screen, and then determine whether or not we have the follow button, or these 2 action buttons will come later on. I do want us to just go ahead and build out this edit profile screen next. So we'll see you there, guys. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. So in this video, we are going to be building out this edit profile UI. So the first thing we're going to do is go to our profile folder, and we are going to make a new folder for all of the edit profile stuff. So instead of sticking everything in views or view model folders, I'm just creating a separate folder entirely for this edit profile feature. And it's going to be under the profile folder. So let's go ahead and just make a folder for our views. And this is going to be a SwiftUI view. And we're going to make our edit profile view. And the first thing we're going to do, guys, is wrap this up in a navigation stack just so we can get this navigation bar up at the top here for free. There isn't really any navigating going on. It's just nice to have that so we don't have to make it ourselves. All the spacing is figured out for us and everything. So let's go ahead and just make a navigation stack to start this out. And then we're going to make a Z stack here, and we're going to set the background color of this to color.system grouped background. And let's see. Oops. Don't put color twice there. And then we're going to say dot edges, ignoring safe area, and we want to just do everything but the top. So we're going to say dot bottom and dot horizontal. Right, and that's because we want our navigation bar up at the top to still be white. So we are going to have this like gray system grouped background, and then this like sort of card view is going to have a white background to make it stand out a little more. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how Threads does it. So next up, guys, this whole thing right here is just going to be a VStack, and we'll come back to that in a second. I just want to go ahead and make the navigation toolbar really quickly. So we're just going to say dot toolbar. And we're going to create two toolbar items. Placement and content. The first one is going to be navigation bar leading, and it's just going to be a button that says cancel. And for our action, we will come back to that. And that looks good right there. Then we on the button are going to say dot font is dot subheadline. And that should be good. Actually, we need the foreground color to be black. Yep, so that looks good. And then we can just go ahead and copy and paste this, guys, and change this to navigation bar trailing. This guy is going to say done. Oops. Done. And the font weight is going to be dot semi-bold there. So that looks good. And that's our toolbar. Let me just go ahead and fold this up for now, just to keep everything nice and neat. And then what we're going to do, guys, is say dot navigation title is edit profile, dot navigation bar title display mode is going to be dot inline. So that's our navigation bar up at the top. It looks pretty good. Next up, I want us to get started with creating this VStack that we see here. So let's see. This is just going to have a couple different options for the user to edit, right? It's going to have their name, their profile image in one option, their bio, the option to add a link, and the option to set up a private profile or not. So first off, guys, we are going to create an age stack for the first option. So let me just add some comments here. This is going to be name and profile image. And let's go ahead and fill this one out. So we are going to have a VStack at first for the name field and the actual user's name. So we're going to say text name dot font weight dot semi bold, and then text Charles Leclerc. And then we obviously want this alignment to be leading. And then we are going to get this profile image dropped in here. So on our H stack, we're going to add a spacer, and then we're just going to create our circular profile image view just like that. And that's looking good so far. Let's adjust the font on that V stack to be dot footnote. So that's looking good. And then, guys, we are going to need a divider in there. So we can just put that on the overall VStack. So I'm going to go divider right there. Nice. And now we're going to do the option for the bio. So let's add some comments here. Bio fields. And it's important to note, guys, that this name field is not editable. So that's not going to be like a text field or anything. Okay. So let's see, the bio field, we're going to have another VStack, and we are going to have a text for bio, and we're going to have dot font weight is dot semi bold once again. And then we're going to have a text field here because we do want the user to be able to edit their bio. And this is going to be enter your bio. And we need to create this text property. So let's do that up at the top. We're going to say add state private var bio equals a blank string. Pass that into our text field down here. And then we are going to want to make the axis dot vertical, guys. So we do want this to be able to span multiple lines as we see here in the simulator. Let me just hit cancel and go back because bios can be longer. Let's see. That's weird. There we go. Okay. So now that we have our bio, that looks very strange. we need to make the font dot footnote, and we need to make this guy alignment leading as well. Okay, and then let's just add another divider. So on our overall V stack here, so that's the other one. Yep, we go right here. And now we'll do link. And this is pretty much going to be the exact same as this. So just go ahead and grab that and replace bio with link. And then we need to make another guy up here. $link, and remove the access field or property. And this will say add link with 3 dots. Okay, next one is going to be fun. It is just going to be whether or not the user can add a private or set their profile to private. So let's add our divider really fast. Okay. And guys, this one's going to be actually easier than it looks. We're just going to create a toggle, and we're going to add a string here. It's going to say private profile. Then you're going to say is on, and we are going to create another state property up at the top here. Is private profile. And that's just going to equal false, and then pass that guy in there. Is private profile. And let's see what that looks like. Sweet. And we're going to want to make the font footnote again. So actually something I think we could do, guys, is on this entire VStack, let's just go ahead and say .font is .footnote. And that will allow us to remove that from all of the other VStacks. So slight improvement there, a little bit less code, always a good thing. So next up, guys, we just have to get our padding set up, our background, and this nice little border that we have going on. So on the VStack itself, right, make sure you don't do that on the ZStack. Make sure we are doing it on this VStack. We are going to say .padding, right, and then we are going to give it a background of .white, okay, and then give it padding again, right? So that's a pretty neat trick there, right, guys? So if you notice, we give it padding and then apply the background. So let me comment this out really quickly just to show you that effect. So we give it padding first, which adjusts the padding on all of like the VStacks, right? So we get that nice spacing, but then we apply the background, and the background is applied to the entire view itself. So then when we apply padding after the background, it's going to actually like apply the padding on the background of the view itself. And then we're going to give this a corner radius. So right after that, just go and say corner radius is going to be 10. And you guys notice it gives it those nice rounded edges. And then we just want to give it this nice border here as well. So all we need to do that is go here and say .overlay. Rounded rectangle, corner radius is 10, .stroke, color, .system gray 4, comma, line width 1. And that looks absolutely perfect, right, guys? So that is pretty much going to wrap it up for this UI. Now, what I want us to do next, guys, is go over the user interface for our thread creation. And that's more or less going to wrap it up for the user interface skeleton of the application here. Then we're going to move on to actually implementing Firebase and getting started with some of the functionality for our app with signing users up and posting threads and all of that good stuff. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In this video, we are going to be going over how to build out the UI for this create thread view. So what we're going to want to do is go over to our thread creation folder and go to our create thread view file. First, we're going to build the UI, and then we are going to go over how to actually present this thread from our tab view as we just saw. So Once again, guys, we are going to wrap this up in a navigation stack. There is no navigation going on here, but we're going to do it just to get this toolbar up at the top for free. So obviously you guys could make that yourself, but I think it's better to just use the in-house stuff that Swift gives us. So navigation stack, and then we're going to create a VStack here. And let's just go ahead and set our toolbar up really quickly. I'm just going to copy and paste this, guys, or actually, no, let's go ahead and type it out ourselves. We're going to say .toolbar, toolbar item, placement and content, navigation bar leading, button, cancel, font is subheadline, foreground color is black. So pretty much the exact same thing we did in the last video with our edit profile guy. And then we can just copy and paste this, change this to navigation bar trailing, button is done. And then we're just going to add a font weight of .semi-bold. And actually, sorry guys, this is going to be post. And later on, we'll go over the implementation logic for enabling and disabling this button. So you obviously don't want the user to be able to post anything until they start typing stuff. Then we're going to bring that button to life so that the user can actually click on it. And we're also going to have this X button here to wipe out that thread text. But next up, guys, we are just going to add our navigation bar title. So it's going to be navigation title is new thread. Navigation bar title display mode is .inline. Cool. So that's a great start. Next up, guys, we are going to get started with creating this as we see here. So this is going to be an H stack. The alignment is going to be on the top edge. We're going to create this circular profile image view. And next to that, we are going to have a V stack. The alignment is going to be .leading. We have our content, and we're also going to give it a spacing of 4 pixels. And it's going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to have our text for our user's username. So this is going to be like, let's say Charles, or we could do Max Verstappen 1. And we're going to give that a font weight of .semi-bold. And then we're going to have a text field. Sorry, guys. Text field. And we are going to have this title and text. It's going to be start a thread. And we need to get our text property up at the top here. We can call this caption. $caption. And once again, make the axis here .vertical. And then, guys, we are just going to give that whole VStack a font weight, or a font, sorry, of .footnote. And that looks great. And then, guys, what we're going to do is add a spacer on to our H stack. And this is where we're going to add this X button. So let's go ahead and just say it's going to be a button with an action and a label. And the label is just going to be an image with system name of xmark .resizable .frame width and height of 12. Oops, man, sometimes this keyboard just does not want to play nice with me. And .foreground color is gray. And that looks pretty good, right? And on this overall VStack, guys, we're going to add a spacer at the end to move all of that up to the top and then apply some padding. Right, so that looks great. So a little bit about the functionality of this X button. So we only want it to appear if the thread caption has text. So let's go ahead and just cut this and say if caption.isEmpty and put an exclamation point here. So let's see if our functionality works. So I start typing and the X button shows up. If I delete everything, it goes away. So that's perfect. And the functionality of the button is just going to be caption equals nothing, right? So if we click that button, it's just going to reset the caption to be blank. And you guys will notice that it automatically disappears there as well because the caption is reset to an empty string. So that's looking really, really good, guys. Next up, what I want us to do is do the same thing sort of for our post button. So on this button here, there's just a couple modifiers we're going to add. We're going to say .opacity, caption.isEmpty, yes, 0.5, no, 1.0. And then we're going to say .disabled, caption.isEmpty, yes. No, we can just leave that there. So we're saying, hey, this is going to be disabled if the caption is empty, and if it's not empty, it will be enabled. So you guys will notice that if I try to click my post button, nothing happens. But as soon as I start adding text to it, I can then click the post button and the color changes. So really nice implementation logic there, guys, that makes for a much better user experience, and also mitigates a lot of possibility for error, right? That removes the possibility completely of the user posting a blank thread, which we don't want them to be able to do. So next up, guys, now that we have finished the implementation for the UI there, let's go over how we can actually present this from our tab view. So let's go into our tab bar folder, go to our threads tab view, and this is actually going to be pretty simple to do. Nice little trick I'm going to show you guys. We're going to add a sheet modifier here, and we're going to use isPresented on dismiss in content. So for this guy, we're going to say .constant, and we basically just want this sheet to show up if the selected tab is 2. So I can just say selected tab equal 2. On dismiss, we are just going to say selected tab equals 0, and our content is going to be our create thread view. So what exactly is this doing, guys? Basically, what's going to happen is when we change or tap on this create thread view guy and it changes selected tab to 2, it's going to trigger this sheet presentation. And that's what we have here, right? And then when that sheet dismisses, it's just going to take us back to the home tab, which is the tab that corresponds to the 0 index here. And the content is going to be this create thread view. So if I click on that, you guys will notice that that's exactly what happens. However, if I were to dismiss this, we see that the create thread view sort of doubles up. So all you really need to do is add a blank view here. So you can just say text and make it like a blank string. And then let's just go ahead and do that. And you guys will notice that when I dismiss it now, it is a blank white screen for just a second, but that's not that big of a deal. I think that functionality looks pretty good. Make sure you guys don't do empty view here. When you do empty view, that actually just removes the tab item altogether, which we don't want. So it does have to be some sort of view. But yeah, that's a pretty nice little trick there to add some presentation functionality to your tab bar, guys. And really quickly, let's just go ahead and implement the functionality for this cancel button here as well. So let's hop back into the create thread view and go ahead and add this environment \.dismiss property. And then on our cancel button handler, we're just going to say dismiss. So let's go back to our tab view and just make sure that this works full circle. So we hit this and then I hit cancel. Oh, that doesn't work. That's interesting. Did I add that on the right one? Yeah, dismiss. Interesting. Okay, that's something that we can come back to, guys. That should be working. It's sort of strange that it's not. Very interesting. So yeah, we have the dismiss, and that's the environment. Oh, I think it's because we're presenting it based on a constant. So yeah, this is functionality we can come back to and fix later, guys. So basically, the reason that's working is all we'd have to do is introduce a. Actually, we can just take care of this now. So we can say @state private var show create thread view equals false. And we can add a binding property here and make this isPresented guy based on that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do this. We're going to say show create thread view. And here we can say .onChange of selected tab, show create thread view equals selected tab equals 2. And let's see if that does anything for us. Yep, so that is much better. So basically, guys, we just had to make this tied to a property instead of a constant. With the binding property, when it's constant, it can never change. So this has to be tied to a variable. And basically what we're saying is that when the selected tab property changes, this show create through guy or show create thread view will be true if the selected tab is equal to 2, else it's false. So now when we do that, it presents and all of the other tabs are working as expected, right? So only piece of functionality you guys might want to add is, like, let's say you're on the like search tab and you present this guy and then you hit cancel and it goes back to the feed. You guys could add functionality to make sure that you remember the most recent selected tab, but we're not going to be doing that here. I think going back to the home view is good enough. But anyway, guys, that is going to wrap it up for this video. In the next one, we are going to get started with integrating Firebase into our application so that we can start signing users up. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over how to set up Firebase and how to integrate it into our iOS application. So before we do that, I just want to give you guys a quick intro as to what Firebase is and how we're going to be using it and what we're going to be using it for. So Firebase is essentially a comprehensive platform that was developed by Google that provides us with a set of tools and services that's going to help us build and manage our mobile applications more easily. It's designed to make it simpler for developers to develop high quality apps, scale them, and manage various aspects of them like authentication without needing to reinvent the wheel or manage complex back-end infrastructure. So some of the key components we're going to be using Firebase for are things like authentication. So when we want to log users in, sign them up, sign them out, delete their accounts, all of that stuff, Firebase is going to provide us with the capability to do that. We also get access to something called Cloud Firestore, which is their newer and more powerful database offering. It's a flexible, scalable, no SQL database that supports real-time synchronization and advanced querying. It's great for applications like this that need more complex data structures and querying capabilities. So things like social media apps, and stuff like that, Cloud Firestore is amazing for it. We also get cloud storage capability. So for apps, larger files such as images and videos and other user-generated content, Firebase offers support for that kind of storage as well. So Firebase is really like a one-stop shop for all of our backend and authentication service needs, guys. And now we're going to go over how we can start integrating Firebase into our iOS application so that we can have tons of extra capability and functionality right out of the box. All right, guys, so with an internet browser opened up, you are going to head over to console.firebase.google.com, and you're going to make sure you're signed in with some sort of Google account. And then you're going to see an option to add a project here. So I'm going to be doing this for the Threads clone that you see up on the screen here. And what we're going to do is just go ahead and type the project name. So this is going to be Threads tutorial. And then you're going to hit continue. And we are not going to enable Google Analytics for this project. We just don't need it. And then Firebase is going to start creating your project. So what we're going to do after this is set everything up in our Firebase console, and then we're going to hop back into Xcode so that we can add this Firebase project or link it to our Xcode project so that we can actually start using it in our code. So this is finishing up, and we're going to hit continue. Okay, guys, so the first thing we're going to do is add this to our iOS app. So we're going to hit iOS there, and it's going to ask you for the bundle identifier to start. So in order to find this, you guys are going to open up your Xcode project. You're going to go into the left side menu over here, click on this guy, and in the general tab of your project, you're going to see this bundle identifier right here, and then you're going to see an arrow next to it. Just click that, and let's just go ahead and copy and paste this. I highly recommend copy and pasting your bundle identifier every time, just because it helps avoid typos. And if you get the bundle identifier wrong, it can lead to annoying problems. So we're going to hit next. We don't need to give it a nickname or anything like that. Then we are going to download this Google service-info plist file and move it into our Xcode project, guys. So just click that to download it, get your Xcode project open back up, and open up Finder. It should be in your downloads folder. And literally, we just need to drag and drop this into our Xcode project. Make sure you guys have copy items if needed selected and hit finish. So this is our Google service info file. And basically, this just contains a bunch of information for how we are going to communicate with our Firebase server securely. It has our API keys and all of that good stuff. So now, guys, let's hop back into our internet browser and continue with the setup. So next up, guys, we are going to use the Swift package manager to install this and add all of our Firebase dependencies. So basically, Firebase has written a bunch of code for us that helps us utilize their libraries and communicate with this Firebase server. We need to inject all of that code into our project. So we're just going to hit this guy right here to copy and paste this GitHub link where all of the where the Swift package is located. We're going to open Xcode back up, go to File, Add Packages, and then we are going to just paste that URL up here and say Add Package. So this is going to now start fetching all of the code, and we're going to be able to add individual modules to our Firebase app. And I'm going to show you guys which ones to add for this particular project and what the purpose of each and every one of them is. So first off, guys, we're definitely going to want to add Firebase Auth. If your app has any sort of need for user authentication or user sign up, you're going to want to add Firebase Auth here. We are going to be using Firebase Firestore in this project, so that's what I recommend if you're using a database, but the real-time Firebase database has its uses as well, but we won't be using that here. And I also highly recommend checking Firebase Firestore Swift. It makes working with things like the codable and decodable protocol much easier. And then we have Firebase Functions. We're not going to be doing anything with Cloud Functions for this project, so we're going to skip that. But if you guys do have the need or want to implement Cloud Functions in your project, you would check that option as well. And we are also going to want to use Firebase storage here, guys. So anytime you're working with images and you want to be able to store images in Firebase, you're going to want to check this module as well. And then you're just going to hit Add Package. And you guys should see on the left side over here that it's adding a bunch of these package dependencies. So that is the dependency injection part. Now we have access to all of that Firebase code and can start using it in our application. So let's go ahead and hit Next. And the next thing we need to do is modify our app file. So if you guys are using SwiftUI, this is how we set up Firebase in our app. Or if you're just using UIKit, this is how you would do that. This particular app is using SwiftUI. So let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to add all of this stuff. So the first thing we need to do is import Firebase core. So let me copy that, go here, and I'm going to go to my app file and paste that right there. Okay, next up, we need to get this whole app delegate class. So let's copy and paste all of this. And we're going to paste it right above the @main declaration. So now we just need to add our UI application delegate adapter. So that's going to be this guy right here. Go ahead and paste that in there. And we should be good to go now. Let's just go ahead and hit Next and continue to our Firebase console. So that is it for the Firebase integration into our iOS application, guys. Now, next up, we are going to be going over how to add or link our authentication setup and our Firebase database setup, as well as our storage. And we're going to be starting with authentication. Alrighty, guys, so hop over to this build section that you see here on the left, and we are going to go to the authentication option. And then you are going to go up to the top here and hit Get Started. And we are just going to be adding the email and password sign up, but you can see all of the other providers that Firebase offers in their authentication suite: Google, Facebook, Apple, phone, all of that stuff. But we're, like I said, just going to be using email and password. So I'm going to hit Enable there, and we should be good to go. So that is literally all we need to do for our authentication setup. Now we can sign users up in our application with an email and password. Next up, guys, we are going to set up our Firestore database. So this is going to be where we store all of our information in our app. In this case, we would be storing threads, users, notifications, all of that stuff is going to be stored here in the Firestore database. And we're going to go here and hit create database. And for the purposes of this video, we are just going to start in test mode. For a real application, you guys would want to start this in production mode. It just has additional security rules. Test mode is more just for testing, obviously. And we're going to hit next and then just select the location that is most relative to you there and hit enable. And pay attention to this next part, guys. This is super important. This trips a lot of people up. When you do start in test mode, if you go to the rules section, you are only good to read and write data for a month. So I'm not sure why Firebase does this, but we can go here and just change the date to something ridiculous so that it never gives us a problem. So if you are outside of that date, then your app will not be able to read or write data to and from the database. So we can just go ahead and hit publish there. So yep, that's a super important thing to note there when starting in test mode. So this is where all of our data is going to exist. And the last step of this, guys, is going to be to set up our storage bucket. So when we are working with images and video files, we are going to be storing them in this Firebase storage. And where we're just going to go ahead and hit get started. Once again, start in test mode, hit next, and then hit done. And we're going to do the same thing with our rules here, guys. We're going to make sure that this doesn't go out of date and we don't just randomly stop getting the ability to upload or download images from Firebase. So, and once again, to avoid that, you guys could go ahead and start in production mode, but it is a little bit trickier to set up and honestly just not necessary if you're just using this for testing purposes. So now we can go to our rules section. And once again, guys, just make sure that this is some date that is not going to go out of date for a while, just so you don't have any problems with your testing. So this is your storage bucket. And like I said, this is where you're going to store all of your large files like images, videos, PDFs, anything like that. So that is pretty much it for our Firebase setup, guys. That's how you add Firebase to an iOS application with authentication, database setup, and storage setup as well. There are some other features that I'm going to be adding tutorials for, like Firebase functions and extensions and all that, but that will be in another video. Thanks for watching this one, guys. And if you guys want access to this Threads clone that I'm building here, you can just go to my YouTube channel. The link for that is in the description. If you guys are watching the Threads clone itself, obviously just ignore that. But thanks for watching this one, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In this video, we are going to be getting started with actually signing a user up in our application and authenticating them with the Firebase backend. So what I want us to do to start this off, guys, is we are actually going to run the application. We've only ever been seeing the app through the preview and the canvas here. What I want us to do is actually run this on the simulator. But before we do that, I want us to launch the root view as the login view of the application. In a later video, we are going to go over how to route the user to the correct place based on whether or not they are logged in or not. But for now, for testing purposes, we're just going to launch it to the login view. And let's go ahead and run our application and just make sure everything is working correctly. We're not getting any crashes. And then we're opening up to this login view here. So we should see this open up to the login view, and that looks great. We notice that we can go back and forth between the login and the sign up view. And this is where we're going to be doing our testing to sign up a test user to get this video started. So we're going to hop back into our authentication folder, guys, and we're going to create a couple other folders here. So first, I'm going to create one for view models, and then I'm going to create another one for a service. So let me just organize this really quickly. And we're going to go to this view model folder, and I'm going to create a Swift file, and it's going to be called registration view model. And we are going to make this a class registration view model, and it's going to be an observable object just like that. And this is just going to contain a single function, and it's going to be called create user. It's going to be async throws, and here we can just say print debug create user here. And another thing we're going to do, guys, is add the main actor macro. I can talk about this a little bit more later on. Don't worry about it for now if you don't know what that means. Also, if you guys don't know what this async throws stuff means, go ahead and check out the link in the description on the async await tutorial that I have, which goes over a full breakdown of how to use the new async await networking that Swift introduced recently. Much better than the completion handler stuff that was previously in place with Swift. Really like this, and this is definitely the future of networking and API calls in Swift. But anyway, guys, let's continue on. Let's go back to our registration view, and we need to implement an instance of this view model. So this is going to be a state object. So I'm going to create it up at the top here at state object var view model equals our registration view model. And then in our sign up button, we are going to want to call that function. So what we're going to do, guys, is wrap it up in a task, and we're just going to say try await view model dot create user. So anytime you guys have asynchronous functions, you call upon them like this, you have to wrap it up in a task, and then we say try await view model dot create user. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run our application again, guys, and make sure that this create user function is getting called and that we are getting our print statement back and that things are working as expected. So you guys notice if I hit that button, it says create user here. Okay, so functionality there is looking good. The next step I want us to introduce, guys, is creating our authentication service. So this auth service file that we're going to create is going to be responsible for all of the authentication networking. It's going to be responsible for logging our users in, signing them up, signing them out, and communicating with the Firebase backend and authenticating our users. And we're going to go up to our service folder and create a Swift file, and it's going to be called auth service. Okay, and this is going to be a class called auth service, guys. And we're just going to introduce a couple functions here. So I am going to say at main actor func login with email, which is a string, password, which is also a string, and this is going to be async throws. And we are going to just copy and paste this, and we're going to do another one for our create user function. So we're going to say create a user with an email, a password, and we also need to add two more parameters, a full name, which is a string, and a username, which is a string. So you guys will notice that this just corresponds to all of the fields that we have in our registration page. We need to create a user with all of these things. In order to authenticate them, we only need the email and password, but we'll see why we need the full name and username later on. This is information we're actually going to upload to our database to save about our user, but we'll get into that a little bit later. What I want us to do now is go over the implementation for how to actually create our user here. So we need to go up to the top of our file and say import Firebase. And we are going to go back into this function, and we're going to wrap this up in a do and catch statement. So guys, anytime you have a function that can throw an error, you're going to wrap it up in this do catch block. So anytime an error happens, the error will get caught in this catch block, and anything that happens in the do block, it's going to try to do that. And like I said before, if anything goes wrong, it will hit this catch block and give us back the error. And for something like authentication, it's very important that we know what the error is, because ultimately we'd want to display that to the user, right? So let's keep going. We're going to say let result equal try await auth.auth.sign, or sorry, that's going to be create user. And you guys can see here that we just need the email and the password, and this is going to give us back some sort of auth data result. So if you look at the description, it creates and on success signs in a user with the given email address and password. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to say email and password. And then what we can do, guys, is just add a print statement and say print debug user or created user. And we can say result.user.uid. And this is just going to give us back the resulting user identifier that we get back after we create a user. And if anything goes wrong, we can say print debug failed to create user with error .localized description. So you guys might be wondering where this error comes from. Well, we get access to it automatically because we're inside of a catch block. Basically what Swift does for us is they write this, or they automatically assume that this is there. Catch let error, but we don't have to type this out because Swift is smart enough to infer that automatically for us, which is nice. So if anything goes wrong during that sign up process, the user enters a bad email, a bad password, whatever it may be, we're going to hit this catch block and print that error statement out so that we know what's going wrong. Okay, so now guys, how are we actually going to call this function? We're going to go back to our registration view model and introduce an instance of this service in order to accomplish that. So before we do that, however, I want us to go back to the service and do a little bit more in terms of the architecture here. So we're going to want to introduce a static instance of this service, guys. So I want to go here and say static let shared equal auth service. And basically, I'm not going to go over why we do this right now. I will do an in-depth breakdown as to why we're introducing a shared instance here. It will make more sense later on, and I'll give you guys a full diagram breakdown of why we're doing that. Just stick with me for now, and we're going to call this function through use of that shared instance right now. So we're going to go back here, and in our create user function, we're going to say auth service.shared.create user, and you guys are going to notice that we need all of these parameters here. So something I like to do is basically have two options here. You can add all of those as input parameters here, right? Like I could say email string, password string, blah, 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 blah. And then back in the registration view, I could pass them along to the function. But instead of going through all of that hoopla, something that you can do is just move all of these properties over to your view model. So we can literally just hit Command X and cut all of that out. Go into our view model and drop all of these in here, and we can just replace @state with @published. And now we have access to these properties directly inside of our view model, and we can say email, password, full name, username. And I'm going to do some indenting here to make this a little neater. And basically, guys, we're just going to go here and say try await. Create that user. And that's looking good. The only thing we're going to have to do now is go back to our registration view and replace all of these with viewModel.email, viewModel.password, so on and so forth. So I can just grab this, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, right? So this is just one way of doing it. The other way, like I said, would be to add all of those things as input parameters to this function and pass them along here. And another thing, guys, we have to remove the private keyword as well if we want to be able to access those from our registration view. All right, guys, so now we are ready to test this out. Let's go ahead and see if we can actually create like a dummy user here in our application and see if everything is working with our Firebase backend. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. So I'm going to go to the sign up page. Let's try using like a bad email at first, like just do test, and hit sign up. You guys will notice that we get an error message right there. Let me filter down my console. This is why I add that debug message, guys. It makes it a lot easier to see what's going on in your console if you add print statements. And you guys will notice that, hey, the email address is badly formatted. And that's because in this email field, I didn't type in a legitimate email. So if I say like test@gmail.com and fix that, and then maybe make my password only like 3 characters, you guys will notice that it says failed to create user with error. The password must be 6 characters long or more. So in the completed version of this application, guys, we have a full authentication error handling like functionality and form validation as well. So this is going to be available in the completed source code. You guys will notice that like the login button is sort of grayed out until I enter in like legitimate information in here. And you guys will notice also that I get back like custom error messages when I sign up and something goes wrong. So it looks like there's no account associated with this email, create an account to continue, blah, 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 blah. And also you get a really nice piece of functionality where a spinner shows up briefly in that login button as well. And, this is just a bunch of really nice to haves if you guys are looking for like a more polished and production ready version of the app. And once again, guys, that is going to be available on my website at stephancodes.com in the app templates section. So go ahead and make sure you check that out. The link is in the description, and it's the SwiftUI Threads Pro guy right here. But anyway, let's get back to our application and let's actually enter in a legit email and password, hit sign up. And you guys will notice that I actually created a physical user and we're getting back this user identifier for them. So let's go ahead and check out our Firebase console just to verify that. So if I pull up my Firebase console and I go to authentication, you guys will notice that I registered someone with test@gmail.com and we can see their user identifier. And you guys will be able to see that it matches up exactly with the print statement that you're getting back in your console. So we've successfully registered a dummy user, guys, and that is going to wrap it up for this video. In the next one, we are going to go over how we can actually register a user and upload their information to our database. Because if you guys notice, if we go to our Firestore database, there's nothing here. And there's going to be information we want to save about this person in the database. Authentication and what exists in the database are two separate things. It's different to actually create a user than it is to upload information about them in the database. And we're definitely going to want to do that because we want users to be able to see each other's data, right? For example, like their profile image or their username, their full name, blah, 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 blah. So we definitely have to go over how to save information in the database about each user as well, which we were going to cover in the next couple videos. So thanks for watching this one, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Peace out. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In our last video, we went over how to sign up a user. In this video, I want us to go over implementing a couple more authentication steps, such as logging our user in, signing them out, and finally keeping them logged in if they exit the application. So what I mean by that is if you log in and you close out your application and you come back to it, you don't want to have to log in again. You'd like it to just keep you on the main interface. So for example, if I go and log in as Max Verstappen here, notice that when I hit login, it's obviously going to take me over to the main interface of my application. If I were to close out the app and open it again, it's going to keep me logged in, right? It doesn't force me to log in every time. That's a really nice feature to have. So let's go ahead and continue on with our authentication setup. So first thing we're going to do, guys, is go back to our auth service. And this is going to get into why we have this shared instance here. We're going to introduce a publish property, and it's going to be called a user session, and it's going to be of type Firebase auth.user. Okay. And basically, guys, we're going to use this user session to keep track of whether or not our user is logged in. So really quickly, I want us to write an initialization method here. And we're going to say self.user_session equals auth.auth.current_user. So this is code that we get from the Firebase API. And basically, they have a way of keeping track of whether or not a user is logged in or logged out. Logged in or not logged in, rather. So they keep this current user property stored locally on your device, and it's in sync with the Firebase servers. So basically, if this has a value, we know that someone is logged in. If it doesn't have a value, we know that they're not. And ultimately, that will lead us to show this login and sign up interface. So how do we utilize this in other places in our application? So we are going to start off with going back to our content view. So the root view of our application, right, guys? So this is what's in charge of showing the root view of the app to the user. But the root view is going to vary based on whether or not we have someone logged in or don't, right? So basically, if we have someone that is not logged in, then we want to present them with the login and sign up interface to force them to authenticate. If we do have someone logged in, we just route them directly to the main user interface. And we're going to be handling all that from our content view. So what I want us to do is in this root folder, guys, go ahead and create two new folders. And one is going to be for view and the other will be for view model. And we're going to stick this content view guy up in the view folder. And then we're going to go here and make a content view model. And the content view model is going to help us figure out which view to route the user to, right? So we're going to implement some sort of routing logic here. So we're going to say content view model We're going to import Combine up at the top, guys. We're going to create a class called Content View Model, which is an observable object. We're going to have a published var for our user session, which is also Firebase auth.user. And we need to import Firebase up at the top here. So we're going to write an init method, and then we're going to write a private function called setup subscribers. So basically what we're going to do is we need to receive that user session from our auth service somehow. So if we go back to our auth service, guys, this is what's in charge of setting this user session property. We need to make sure we receive that value once the user session gets set and ultimately gets published here. So we are publishing this property because we want to be able to send that notification of when it receives a value to other views in our application, or other components in our application rather. So right now our content view model is going to utilize Combine to listen for when that user session receives a value. And if it does, we're going to set this property here, and this will ultimately publish that change to our view, which will ultimately and then our view will use that to decide which view to route the user to, the login interface or the main interface. So here's how we do this. We just need to say auth service .shared.user_session.sync and go ahead and hit enter on this, and you guys notice that it gives us back some type of user, which is that user session guy. We're going to say weak self to make sure we avoid retain cycles, and then we're going to go here and say self.user_session equals that user session. Perfect. So now, guys, we just need to go here and say setup subscribers. And we are going to go back to our content view, and we are going to introduce that view model as a state object. And we are going to go ahead and delete all this stuff, and we're going to create a group, and we're going to say if view model.user session is not equal to nil and else. So if the view model.user session is not nil, guys, that means we are going to show our threads tab view. If it is nil, we know that no one is logged in, and then we are going to force the user to go to the login flow and authenticate. So only thing we have to do from here is go to our app file and make the root view our content view once again. So we're going to run this, and we should notice that we get taken to the root view, or sorry, the main tab view of the application, guys. And that's because we signed up that user, the test user, and when you sign someone up, it automatically logs them in. So we currently have someone logged in the application, and we have the functionality to route the user to the correct flow of the application based on whether or not they are logged in. So the next step I want us to introduce, guys, is how to sign our user out. And once we do that, we'll be able to go over how to sign them in and ultimately how to upload their information to the database. So let's go ahead and keep going. So we are going to add a quick sign out button, guys, but first we are going to add the sign out function inside of our auth service. So basically all we need to do is make a function here called sign out. And we are just going to say try with a question mark auth.auth.sign out. And this is important here, guys. We need to say self.user_session equals nil. So I'm going to just add some comments here. So this signs us out on backend. This removes session locally and updates routing. So just to explain this really quick, there are two different things we have to do. We have to make sure that we sign our user out on our Firebase backend, and we also have to make sure that after we sign out, we update that user session value to nil. So all of the routing for our application based on whether or not we go to this main interface or the login view is based on whether or not this user session property has a value. And guys, remember that this is a published property. So whenever we change it, it's going to publish that change to our content view model, right? It's going to receive that value right here, and then it's going to update this published property. And then this guy is being listened to or observed by our content view. So whenever that user session property changes in the auth service, it's going to change in the view model and ultimately send that change all the way down to our view. And it's going to say, hey, now it's nil. So it's going to take us back to the login view. If you don't do that, your app won't update without you closing it out and relaunching it. So it's very important to understand what's going on here. This signs us out on the back end, and this signs us out client side or locally. We have to do both things to make sure that we have a smooth user experience here. So anyway, guys, where are we going to call this function now? Well, let's go back to our profile and let's go to our view. And really quickly, guys, let's actually wrap this whole thing in a navigation stack. So let's just go ahead and cut all of this. Say navigation stack, and we are going to create a toolbar here. So I'm going to say .toolbar. We're going to create a toolbar item with placement and content .navigation bar trailing. Oops. And guys, basically we're just going to create this button that we see right here. Right? We are not going to be implementing this settings page in the YouTube version of this app. That will be available in the Pro course. But right now what we're going to do is just when we tap that button, it's going to sign us out. So I'm going to create a button here, action and label. And it's just going to be image system name line .3 .horizontal. And that should be good. Let's go ahead and here we can just say authService.shared.signout. It's that simple, guys. So now that we have that set up, let's go ahead and run our application and see if we can actually sign our user out here. So we go here, we see this guy showing up at the top. We hit that and it does not sign us out. That's interesting. Let's actually close the app and see if it signed us out. So we go back here. Yes, so it did that. That's interesting. So let's see if we can figure out that problem really quickly, guys. So we're saying, hey, sign us out, and the self.user session is equal to nil. We go back to our content view model. Yeah, so that all looks good. I think we need to make sure that we fix this issue here. So we need to store the result of this sync in a cancelable set. So really quickly, guys, back in your content view model, we're going to say private var cancelables equals set any cancelable. And we're just going to go here and say .store in cancelables, just like that. Awesome. So, okay, so that kind of worked. We will come back to that sign out functionality. What I want us to do now, guys, is go over how to log our user in really quick and see if we can get the full login, sign up, sign out. And then we'll go over how to actually upload our user's information to the database. And that will conclude our authentication setup. So anyway, let's go back to this auth service. And we can pretty much just copy and paste what we see here, guys. Instead of create user, it's going to be sign in with email and password. And make sure you guys use the async throws option. And we're just going to pass along our email and password. And then what we need to do is we need to make sure that we set this user session property, right? So whenever we log in, we're going to get back a user from this result. We're going to update this user session property with that result so that it sends or publishes those changes to our content view model and ultimately updates our view. So all we need to do, we can leave that print statement there for now, is say self.userSession equals result.user. And that's it. And let's go ahead and make sure we add that to our create user function as well, guys. So we're going to say self.userSession equals result.user. Because when we sign someone in, we want to make sure that we ultimately set that user session and route them to the main interface. So that looks pretty good. We should be able to go back to our login view now and set this up. So we actually need to create a login view model as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to create a Swift file. It's going to be our login view model. And guys, we can pretty much just copy and paste everything we see in the registration view model just to save time. We're going to have publish var for email and password. This is going to be auth service.shared login with our email and password. And then let me move this above that really quickly. Let's make this a login view model. And that should solve that problem. Now we go and introduce our view model inside of our login view. So state object var view model equals our login view model. And then right down here, we just go and say task try await view model.login. Oh, we need to change that function name as well. So we just need to make this login. And then we need to make sure we're utilizing these published properties inside of the login view instead of our state properties. So let's go ahead and delete these guys and just go here and replace email with view model.email and view model.password. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and see if we can sign our user in, and we should be able to see that it automatically routes us to the main interface of our app. So I believe my guy was test@gmail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hit login. And that is awesome, right guys? You notice that we get back that function that we logged our user in, and it takes us right over to the main interface of the app. So let's see if we can fix this sign out bug really quickly. So if I hit this, okay, now it's working. I'm not sure why it didn't work before. It was probably because we weren't storing that guy in any sort of cancellables array. And that's actually going to wrap it up for this video, guys. We went over how to successfully log our users in, sign them up, and sign them out. So that's a full authentication setup there. In the next video, we're going to go over how to upload our users' information to Firestore, and then also how to download that information from Firestore. So just to do a quick recap on that, we've gone over how to authenticate users, but we have not actually saved any of their information in the database. And it's necessary for us to do that to save things like their username, their full name, later on their profile image URL, so that all users can see each other's information. So that's what we're going to be going over in the next video, guys. Thanks for watching this one. We're also going to do an in-depth breakdown of this auth service and how exactly all of this works, why we're using a shared instance and all of that stuff, because it's really important to understand that. And I promised you guys a full breakdown, and you're going to get that. So we'll see you in the next video, guys. Thanks for watching this one. Peace out. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In this video, we're going to start this off with an explanation of our authentication architecture. It's very important to understand this stuff. I don't like glossing over these concepts because I'm ultimately trying to make you guys better programmers and help you understand advanced concepts with comprehensive visual breakdowns. So let's go ahead and jump right into this. So why are we introducing this shared instance in our auth service? Well, it's important to understand, guys, that multiple components in our application are utilizing this service, right? So we are able to authenticate a user from our login and our registration components, right? So both of these things are utilizing this auth service. So it's important to make sure that they both utilize the same instance of that auth service, right? So that's where the shared guy comes in. Okay, so the auth service.shared has this user session property that we see, right? And the login view model and the registration view model are both updating that same user session property because they're doing so through that shared instance. And then the content view model is listening for updates on that user session property that both the login and registration view model are updating. So what does that look like? Well, if we go back to our content view model, we notice that we're listening to the shared user session, right? If we were to do this like this, if we were to just say auth service.user session.sync, blah, 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 and in this guy say auth service and create a separate instance of it like that, that's what those parentheses do, then that would lead to problems in our application, right? Let me go ahead and remove this really quickly. And let me show you what that would look like in a visual diagram. So that would be like creating separate instances of each one of these auth services, each of which would have their own user session property, right? So if we created a separate instance for the login view model and the registration view model and the content view model, you guys notice that none of these things are updating the same user session property. They're all updating their own instances of that user session property. So this whole architecture would ultimately fail. So, when everything is updating the same user session and listening to updates on that same user session property, that's when we get this sort of cohesive architecture and setup that works flawlessly, right? So our login view model is utilizing the shared instance to log our user in. And then if we go to our auth service function, when we log in, it updates that user session property. And the same thing happens when we call the create user function from our registration view model, right? It sets that user session property from or on that shared instance rather. And then our content view model is ultimately listening for changes on the shared instance for that particular user session. So everything is updating the same user session, and the content view model is listening to updates on that same instance of that user session or auth service, and everything works very, very smoothly. So that's why we have to use a shared instance here, guys. We have to make sure that everything is being updated through a single instance and observed from a single instance as well. So very important to understand that the architecture here is flawless and it works perfectly. And I hope that you guys understand that concept now and can implement this sort of architecture in your own applications. But anyway, guys, let's go ahead and keep going with what we need to do next in our application. And we're going to be starting off with creating a user data model. So really quickly, guys, I just want us to hop into the completed version of the application database and take a look at what a user is going to look like programmatically. So we have this users collection in our database. Each one of these documents represents a user, and we can see here that we have a bunch of properties associated for each one of our users, right? So we can have like a bio, an email, a full name, an ID, a profile image URL, and a username. So this is how we're going to programmatically represent a user. We're going to go ahead and create a data structure in our code right now to do that. So let's go to our model folder, and we're going to create a Swift file, and it's just going to be called user. And we are going to go ahead and just create a struct called user here. It's going to conform to the identifiable and codable protocols. So we're going to say let ID be a string, and then we're just going to go ahead and go through all the properties we need, guys. We're going to have a full name, which is also a string, an email, which is a string, a username, which is a string. We're going to have a variable for our profile image URL, but this is going to be an optional string. So we're not going to force users to have a profile image here. It's going to be optional, and they will be able to update their profile image from the edit profile feature. Then, guys, we are also going to have an optional bio, and then that should do it for now. So this is our programmatic user structure, and we're going to use this to upload and download like users to and from our database. So let's hop back into our auth service now and go here, and let's actually just go ahead and write a function, guys, to upload our user data once we sign our user up. So we're going to say private func upload user data, and let's go ahead and just grab all of these input parameters that we see here. We need all of this stuff to upload about our user. Ooh, and we need an ID too. And this is going to be async throws. And we need the main actor macro here as well, I believe. Yes. Okay. So next up, guys, let me actually just go ahead and indent all of these things to make this neater. Right. Okay. Cool. So this is actually going to be pretty easy. We're just going to go ahead and create the user programmatically. So if you guys open up this guy here, you'll see this initialization option, and it's going to say that profile image URL and bio are optional. We don't need to include those. That's a really nice feature from the Swift autocomplete. And we're just going to give it all of these properties: an ID, a full name, an email, and a username. So, we actually don't need the password here, guys. That's my bad. We definitely don't want to store our users' passwords on our database. That's a huge no-no. So just go ahead and pass in all of those properties. Cool. And now we are going to encode this user. So we're going to say guard let user data, and we're going to say equal firestore dot encoder. We need to go up to the top here, and this is where that Firebase Firestore Swift module comes in, guys. Say import Firebase Firestore Swift, and this gives us encoding and decoding capability. So we have the encoder now, and we're going to say encode the user, else return. And then we are going to say try await firestore.firestore.collection. Users dot document ID dot set data, and we're going to pass that user data along, and that should be all we need to do for now. Okay, we need to go here and say try with a question mark. So this is the function that is going to actually upload our user information to Firestore, guys. So we are going to go ahead and call that as soon as we set the user session property in our signup function. So go here, and we're just going to say try await upload user data and email full name username. And you guys might be wondering, okay, where do we get this ID? Well, we're going to get it from the result. So we're just going to say result.user.uid. So basically, guys, the way we're setting up our database is that each one of the UIDs that get generated for these users that comes from authenticating them, that's what we're going to make the user document. Okay, it makes it a lot easier for us to go and find users if we organize the users by document in this way. So we want to make sure their document ID corresponds to their actual user ID, so that when we want to, like I said, go and find information about them, it makes it really, really easy to do that, which we will see later on in this tutorial. So that's looking really good. Let's go ahead and see if we can just register another user now, guys, and see if their information pops up in the database. And really quickly, let's also just go ahead and delete this print statement in the login function. We don't need that anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and run the application and see if I can create like just a user now. So we're logged out. That's good. I'm going to see if I can get Max Verstappen in here. Okay, so I don't like that that is capitalized. We need to update that. So let's just go ahead and do that now. We shouldn't have any caps in our user email field, right? So here we're going to go to the text field and say .auto capitalization is .none. And let's run that again. You want to make sure all your emails are lowercase, guys, and you'll notice that now the first letter of that is good to go. So we're going to say max@gmail.com, password with 6 characters. This is going to be Max Verstappen, and his username, we need that guy to make sure that it's not uppercased as well. But let me show you guys just how to avoid that. You can just go ahead and click that guy right there, Max Verstappen 1, and we're going to hit sign up. And you guys notice that it takes me to the root interface or the main interface of my application. And if we go over to our Firestore database and refresh it, we'll notice that we have a user in our database. That is so cool. So that's awesome. And let's make sure that these UIDs match up, right? So we see that the IDs match here in the document data and the document ID. And if we go to our our authentication, we see that that UID for Max that we just signed up directly matches there as well. So that's exactly how you want to make sure you set up your backend architecture there, guys. And we've successfully uploaded our user information to the database. The last step of this video is going to be going over how to download or fetch that information from Firestore so that we can ultimately use it in our application here. So we're going to start that out by populating our user profile with actual user data relative to the user that is logged in. So to accomplish that, guys, we are going to go to our services folder and we are going to create a new file. It's going to be a Swift file and it's going to be called user service. So it's going to be a class user service, and we are going to have a publish property for our current user. And this is going to be an optional user, This is different from the Firebase auth user object. This is the custom user object that we just created in our model. And this is what we're going to be using to, populate our application with this user data. So we're going to have another static shared instance here. It's going to be user service. And the reasoning for this is basically the same as for why we did that in our authentication service. And we'll see how that takes effect in just a little bit. We are going to go ahead and just write a function here, guys. So it's going to be main actor func fetch current user async throws. And here's what we're going to do. We need to take a look and make sure we have the currently logged in user ID. So I'm going to say guardlet UID equal auth.auth. Oops, I need to import Firebase .current user.uid, else return. So we can get this currently logged in user anywhere with the Firebase API, which is really, really nice. So basically what we're saying here is make sure that we have a currently logged in user, and let's look at their UID. And if we don't, we're just going to stop the execution of the function right here. And then we're going to reach out to Firestore and see if we can fetch that data. So we're going to say let snapshot equal try await firestore.firestore.collection users.document uid.getDocument. So this is why it's important to make sure you set up your backend architecture the way we did, guys, because finding that user relative to their UID is how we want to be able to do this, right? So I go to the users collection, I find their user ID, and then I get all the relative data. That's what that getDocument guy is going to do. Now, what we need to do is go up to the top and say import Firebase Firestore Swift, and we are going to decode that user from the data we get back from our snapshot. So I'm just going to say let user equal try snapshot.data, and you guys will notice this as option. We can just say user.self, and we're going to say self.current user equals that user. And let's just go ahead and add a print statement to see if we're getting this stuff back. Let's say print debug user is user. So last thing we need to do, guys, is go ahead and figure out where we want to implement this. So the first place we're going to want to have access to our currently logged in user information is in the profile here. So we can just go ahead and add that sort of combine subscriber functionality inside of our profile view. And what we actually need to do is make a profile view model for that. So let's just go ahead and go to our profile folder and make a view model guy right here. And we can just hit Command N, create a Swift file. It's going to be a profile view model. And it's going to be a pretty straightforward setup. We just need to import combine. And then we're going to say class profile view model, which is an observable object. We're going to have a published property for our current user. And then we are going to say init and pretty much do the exact same thing as we did in our content view model. Set up our subscribers. We're going to say user service.shared.current user.sync. Receive this value with weak self user in. We can say self.current user equals user. And let's just go ahead and add another print statement. User in view model from combine is that user. So I just want to add these two separate print statements so you guys can see sort of the flow of how this is working. And let's just go up in here and say set up subscribers. And then we just need to make sure that we actually initialize this profile view model inside of our profile view, guys. So let's go here, view, and we are going to say at state object var view model equals that profile view model. Awesome. So now we should be able to run our application and go to that profile view, and it should fire off that API call to Firestore and download our data for us. So I'm going to go here. Ooh, User in view model from Combine is nil. So let's see. Let's go back to our user service and see if we can figure this out. Oh, we need to say init fetch current user, or we need to make a task to say try await fetch current user, right? So we were never actually calling this function, guys. This is why we test. So now this should be good to go. Go here and check that out, guys. So we see that the user here, right, is user ID, blah, 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 blah. So we're successfully getting our user back from Firestore, and it's being successfully like mapped into our user data model. But we notice that nothing happens in Combine just yet. And that's because we need to make sure we store the results of this inside of our cancellables array. So we need to go ahead here and say private var cancellables equals set any cancelable. And then we need to store this guy in that cancellables array. And let's run this again. So you guys are going to notice that at first it's nil. Then we get our user back from the API call. And then once we get the user back in the API call and we set that current user property on our user service, then we get that user from Combine, or the user inside of our view model here from the Combine publisher. So this is all looking really, really good, guys. We have successfully uploaded user data and downloaded user data into our application. In the next one, we are going to go over how to start actually dropping user information into this profile view and going through the rest of our app setup before we ultimately start going over how to upload threads and how to start populating our user feed with actual user content. So thanks for watching this one, guys. We will see you in the next one. Peace out. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In our last video, we went over how to upload and download data to and from Firestore about our users utilizing this user service guy. So we sort of left off with our profile view model, right? Where we used Combine to receive this current user from our user service. So now we're going to be going over how we can actually use this current user object to populate our profile view with that currently logged in user's data. So we're going to replace a bunch of these hard-coded guys that we have, like Charles Leclerc that we see here, with our actual user data. So something that I like to do, guys, is instead of having to say viewModel.currentUser every time we want to utilize that user info, we can just create a private property here called current user. And it's going to be an optional user, and we can just say return viewModel.currentUser. So now we can use this as a class level property throughout our application. So I can go here and replace this with current user.fullName, and we have to give it a default value just because the current user is optional. You guys could also unwrap that if you want, do like an if-let somewhere here, but I think the default values are okay. And here we're going to say current user.username. And this one, I do like to use an if-let statement here. So we're going to say if-let bio equals current user.bio. Let's go ahead and replace that with bio. And the reason for that, guys, is that if we use an if-let, our view will actually adjust the size of itself accordingly, so that if the bio's there, it will increase sort of the size of this stack, but if it's not, it will shrink that down. So if you were to leave it as a blank string, it might have some unnecessary like spacing in there that would make this look kind of ugly. You only want to add the spacing if the bio is there. And we don't have to do that for current user full name and username because those aren't optional properties. Those will always be there. The bio might not be. This we can leave for now. The circular profile image view, we're going to go over how to, upload user profile images and stuff a little bit later on. So we'll come back to that. That should be all we need for now, guys. So what I want us to do to test this out is run the application, and we're going to log in and maybe sign up a couple more users to see if it's successfully populating that with user data. So I am logged in as Max Verstappen right now. So if I go here, you guys notice that it loads that information into my user profile, which is really, really nice, right? So that's already looking really good, guys. So what I want us to do now is maybe log out. Let's sign up another user and see what happens. So I'm gonna make like an account for Charles Leclerc. Man, we forgot to do that username capitalization guy. So let's hit sign up and let's go over here and see what happens. So you guys will notice that, guess what? It still holds on to that previously logged in user's information, and we definitely don't want that, right? So let's go ahead and go over how to fix that. So back in our user service, guys, we're gonna need to essentially wipe out this current user guy when we sign our user out. So we can make a function here called like reset or something. And we're just gonna say self.currentUser equals nil. And then in our auth service, whenever we sign out, we can go here and we can make sure that we reset that guy to nil. So I can say user service, make sure you say .shared.reset. And also, guys, we're going to need to make sure that once we create our user or log them in, that we also trigger that function to make sure we fetch the updated user data, right? So whenever we log in here, we're going to want to say try await user service .shared.fetch current user. And we're going to want to do the same thing when we create our user as well here. So really quickly, guys, what we can do is in this upload user data function, because we're already creating the user here, we can actually just manually set it. So we have the user object already. We don't need to fetch it from Firestore when we sign the user up. But when we log in, you guys notice we don't have access to like a user object. So we can't manually set it like we can down here. And what I mean by that is we can literally just say user service .shared.current user equals that user guy right there. So as soon as we sign up a user, it will update that current user property for us. And when we're signing out, it's going to make sure it resets that guy. So we can add another note here, sets current user object to nil. Okay, so I think that's going to handle most of our bugs. Let's go ahead and retest this out. But first, guys, let's go back to our registration view and make sure we add that auto capitalization guy there as well for our username. So let's run this. So first off, let's make sure that when we go to our user profile, yep, it says Charles Leclerc, so that's looking good. Let's log out. Maybe let's try to log in as Max again. Oops, it's just max@gmail.com. Log in, and we go here. And we notice that that updates to Max automatically, which is super, super nice. And then, guys, let's log out. And let's try to sign up another user. So I'm going to say maybe like checo@gmail.com. Do Checo Perez here. And let's see, sign up, go here. And we notice that that updates automatically as well. So that's looking super smooth, guys. We now have the ability to inject user information into our user profile here. And we fixed all those bugs where it was sort of, holding on to previously logged in user information, which is a big no-no, right? That would lead to a really poor user experience and potentially a bunch of errors in your application. You could imagine that if you were logged in as one person, but were, generating content as another, like if I was holding on to Max's information, but I'm logged in as Checo and I upload a thread, that could cause all kinds of problems with my application. So that's looking really good. And that is going to wrap it up for this video, guys. In the next one, we are going to go over how we can start fetching all of the users in our application and ultimately clicking on these guys to navigate to their profiles. So something like this. I want to be able to look at all the users in my app. I want to be able to search for them, click on that user, and then navigate over to their profile and display all of that user data. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next video, guys. Get excited for it. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be going over how to load users in our Explore view before we ultimately lead to how to navigate to their profile when we click on that user cell. So let's go ahead and get started by hopping into our user service and seeing if we can just create a function here to fetch all of the users in our application so that we can display them here. So we are going to make a function. It's going to be a static func fetch users, async throws, an array of users. So ultimately we want this to return an array of users. And we're going to go first and say guard-let UID equals auth.auth.current-user.uid, else return a blank array. And we'll go over why we need this current user ID in a little bit. Then we're going to say let snapshot equal try await firestore.firestore.collection users.get documents. Then we're going to say let users, or we can actually, we'll say let users equal snapshot.documents.compact map. Open up two curly brackets and say try $$0.data as user.self. So guys, basically, this is just a one-liner for taking all of the documents that we get back from this collection. So basically, we're going to this users collection here. We're getting all of the documents back, and we're just mapping each one of the document data into a user and storing it in this users array. And then we're going to go here and say return users.filter, open curly brackets, 0.id is not equal to the UID. And we can make this say current UID for this to make more sense. But essentially what we're doing here, guys, is we are filtering out the currently logged in user's ID. So basically, when we display this list in our search, we don't want to display the currently logged in user. We just want to display all of the other users in the application. So we capture the current user ID, and then we filter out that from our user list. So let's go ahead and see where we want to call this. Also, let's go ahead and delete this print statement. We don't need that anymore. So guys, inside, let me clean up our folders here a little bit to make this easier to read or see. So we're going to go to our Explore view or folder. We're going to create a view model. And let me move that up there. And let's go ahead and create this Explore view model. And we are going to, just go ahead and say class Explore view model, which is an observable object. We're going to have a published var for all of our users, which is going to be an array of users. Init. And then we're just going to have a private func to fetch our users. It's going to be async throws. And we literally just need a one-liner that says self.users equals user service.fetch users. And we actually need to say try await. And then in our init method, we are going to add a task that says try await fetch users. So I know I'm sort of going kind of quickly through this, guys, but this is all pretty standard, like MVVM architecture with a service attached. So basically, we're just using the view model to call the service function to populate this property that we need to ultimately supply our view with. So this is the data that we need to give to our view, and we're going to go over how to implement that now. And a lot of you guys might be asking, hey, why don't you just put all of that functionality for like the fetching inside of the view model? And ultimately, guys, it's because it's better to extract all of that into a service. It makes your code more modular, and it really keeps like the responsibility of different components, much more sort of cohesive, right? Where like the service is responsible for reaching out to the API, the view model is responsible for implementing that service and populating our data and then supplying our view with that data. And you guys will notice that it makes your code a lot more testable, a lot more maintainable, and a lot more scalable. And it's really not that much extra effort to sort of extract all of those components into separate things. So let's go to our Explore view, guys, and we are going to create a state object var for our view model, and it's going to equal our Explore view model. And now we're going to delete this stuff in our for each loop, and we're just going to use the view model.users. So next up, guys, we need to actually populate this user cell with data from each one of the users we get back in our for loop. But let's go ahead and run this and see if this is working before we move on to that next step. So it is very good to incrementally run your application so that if anything goes wrong, you'll be able to see where stuff is going wrong, as opposed to just implementing or introducing a bunch of new functionality all at once and then trying to figure it out along the way if anything does go wrong. So this is looking good, right? So we noted that we have a total of 3 users in our application, and it's showing me 2, which means that it's successfully filtering out my current user, right? So it's showing those 2 users there, which is really good. We just need to populate each one of these user cells with actual data. And another thing we have to do, guys, is make sure that we add the main actor declaration to this function. So we need to go here inside of our Explore view model and say main actor. So I think I did promise you guys an explanation of what that main actor macro is as well. And basically, guys, anytime you're using asynchronous functionality for your networking, that's happening on a background thread, and we have to update our user interface on the main thread. So it's very similar to the dispatch queue.main.async, if you guys have seen that before. And once again, this is all covered in my async await tutorial. The link for that is going to be in the description to this video. So if you guys are confused about all of this async throws stuff, go ahead and check that out now. But essentially, whenever we need to update the UI, in this case, when we say self.users equals something, this ultimately updates our user interface, right? Because this publishes a change over to our view, and we use the data in this array to populate our screen with data. We need to make sure that we do so on the main thread. This fetch users function is happening on a background thread. This gets us back on the main thread when we want to update the UI. And you guys notice that little purple error goes away because all of our threading issues are resolved. So now, guys, what we can do is go to our user cell. So let's see, Explore view, I believe that's in components, yeah. And we're going to populate this with a user. And here, this is going to be user.username, and this is going to be user.fullname. And that's really all we have to do. This is going to throw an error inside of our preview. And really quickly, guys, just so we can keep our previews intact, I'm going to show you how to implement some mock data here. So in your extensions folder, let's go ahead and create a new file really quickly. And we're going to make this on our preview provider. And I'm going to create a class called developer preview. I'm going to create a static instance. And then I'm going to create a user here. And we can just say like nsuuid.uuid string. Full name could be Max Verstappen. Email max@gmail.com. Username is Max Verstappen1, right? So this is just like a mock user that we can use in our developer previews now. So all we need to do is say extension develop preview provider. And I believe we need to import SwiftUI up at the top. And we are going to say static var dev, which is a developer preview, return developer preview.shared. So I know that might be a little confusing, but let's go ahead and see how we can use this now. So back in our user cell, I can literally go here and say user dev.user. So you guys can just update this preview provider with all of the mock data that you need, or this preview provider extension. We can have threads, users, whatever in here, so that, because we have to inject this user cell with a user now, and we want to keep our preview intact, like, let's go ahead and see if this is working. We can make sure that we, just have all of that mock data to supply our previews with. Because, if you want to update things and you want to still have the previews intact, this is really, really helpful, as opposed to having to run the app every time you want to look at UI changes. But anyway, guys, the reason that's not working is because we need to actually fix this error and supply this guy with a user. So because we're now looping through our viewModel.users, we have access to each individual user from this for each loop inside of this block, and we can supply our user cell with that data now. So if you go back here, you guys should notice that your preview displays the mock data that we just set up. And let's go ahead and run our application, guys. And we should see actual user data showing up in this screen now. So it takes a second to load. That's just fine. And we see Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Really quickly, guys, I want a little bit of spacing between those guys. So on the VStack in your user cell, let's go ahead and maybe say spacing is like 4. And this is a prime example of why you want to keep the previews intact. We don't need to run the app again to make sure that looks good. We can just rerun the preview and see that our spacing is showing up there nicely. And to me, that looks like a little too much, so maybe we can make it 2. All right, so that looks cleaner. And, like I said before, that just goes to show you why you want to keep your previews intact with this mock data. So that's looking really good, right, guys? Next up, what we're going to do is go over how to implement navigation from here to our user profile. So once again, that functionality will look like this. I click on that guy and bam, it takes me right over to my user's profile. So let's go ahead and get started with that now. So we are going to hop back into our Explore view, guys, and this shouldn't take too long. We are just going to make sure that we set this up as a navigation link and then add a navigation destination here. So our VStack, let's see. So we want to make this, let's cut this whole VStack guy that we see here, make this a navigation link with a value and a label. The value is going to be our user and the label is just going to be that guy right there. So I believe this is going to throw an error, and that's because user does not conform to the hashable protocol. So let's go here and just go and back to our user model and add the hashable protocol. And I think we should be good to go. So let's just hit Command B to build this and make sure that we're good with the hashable protocol. Yep. So guys, basically anything that you make a navigation link that has this value-based navigation, you have to make sure the object that you set as the value conforms to the hashable protocol. So next up, guys, on our scroll view, we can add a navigation destination for this, what's it called? User.self. User in. So now you guys will see here that we have access to the user that we clicked on, and we are going to head over to our profile view once we do that. So let's go ahead and run this, guys, see if it's working, and that will wrap it up for this video. So we go here, we load our data, I click on Charles Leclerc. Ooh, and you guys notice that we are getting an error, right? Like it knocks us back to the original screen right away, but it did navigate over to the profile briefly. There is some modifications we have to make to our code in order to solve this problem. We are going to go over why that is happening in the next video, but this is a good stopping point for now, guys. We are successfully fetching our users from the database and loading them into our Explore view. We're populating each one of our user cells with actual user data, and we have introduced the functionality to click on that cell and go over to the user profile, which is a great stopping point, but there are some issues that we have to solve, which we will go over in the next video. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In our last video, we went over our Explore view implementation and we ended it with a problem where we noticed that if we click on one of these user cells, the navigation is all kinds of messed up. And now you can see that we're clicking on it and nothing is even happening. And if you look in your console, you should have a bunch of error messages about something going on with your navigation stack. So essentially, guys, the reason this is happening is because our Explore view is treated as our root view, right? And that's inside of a navigation stack. but then we're navigating over to our profile view, which is also inside of a navigation stack. So that violates the architecture principles of the navigation stacks. You cannot navigate from one root view that's inside of a navigation stack to another child view that is also inside of a navigation stack. So what we need to do is go over some do some refactoring so that we can set up this profile view so that it's not always going to be inside of a navigation stack. So let's talk a little bit more about that issue. So we can enter to the profile from two different places, right? It can either be this tab where we look at our currently logged in user's profile, in which case we definitely want it inside of a navigation stack because this will be treated as the root view of the stack. And if you guys remember from the completed app, I can click on things like my bar up here and go to settings. I can click on threads and replies here and go to like the thread or reply detail view. So this definitely needs to be inside of a navigation stack. We need navigation capability there. But it poses an interesting problem because when we navigate to the, the profile from the Explorer view, we don't want this to be inside of a navigation stack. You can see here that it's treated as a child view. So let's go over how we can start refactoring this to make this work as expected. So basically, guys, I'm going to create another folder here called current user profile. And we're going to make a separate view for our current user profile and make sure that's inside of a navigation stack. And then we're going to treat this profile view differently and it won't be inside of a navigation stack. And then we just need to adjust our view models and stuff and how we get the user data, but we'll go over that in a little bit. So let's go ahead and make a folder for our view here. I'm going to make a SwiftUI view. I'm going to call this current user profile view. And basically, guys, what we can do is basically grab all of that profile view code, literally like all of it, and hit copy, and literally go here and hit paste. So this current user profile view is going to utilize that view model and get the current user that we have there. So basically, guys, what I want us to do now is we are going to introduce this as a state object. We're going to say at state object var view model equals our profile view model. And I actually want to rename this to current user profile view model. So before we do that, let's make another folder up here for view model. Move this right here. And let's drop this guy here. And I'm going to show you guys how to rename a file. You can hold down Command and click and then go to rename. And let this do its thing for a little bit. The rename failed. That's lame. So let's just make this current user profile view model. Let's delete that print statement. And let's rename this file as well to current user profile view model. Make sure we spelled that right. Yep, that looks good. And then back here, guys, we are going to go and say current user profile view model. And then we can go ahead and grab all of this stuff as well and just drop it into our current user profile view. So this is going to be a little messy at first, guys. We're going to have a lot of copy and pasted code. We can go over how to refactor this to really clean it up later. So that's all good to go. Now, let's just go to the tab view now. So let's see, tab bar, threads tab view. And instead of profile view, we're going to make this the current user profile view, just like that. Awesome. Okay. So now we can start modifying our profile view, right? So we don't need a view model here right now, but we are going to make sure that we inject this profile view with the user. So basically, because we are coming from somewhere, like we're coming from the Explorer view here where we already have all of our users, we can click on this guy and pass that user along to the profile view. Whereas in the current user profile view, we actually have to load the current user data. But when we go here, it's a little bit easier, right? Because we already have the user information that we need. We can just pass it along. So let's add a dependency injection here, guys. I'm going to say let user be a user. And let's just go ahead and add this up at the top. And this should throw an error, right? So now guys, we can just replace this with user.fullname. It won't have to be optional anymore, which is nice. And we can go here and say user.username. And here we can say if let bio equals user.bio. We still need that if let because the bio property itself is optional. And then we're going to go down here and fix this guy. So in our preview, we can now say dev.user, right? Cool, cool, cool. So now what we need to do is go back to our Explore view. So this is getting a little hairy, but it's going to all come together in a second, guys. So let's go to Explore, and we're going to have an error, right? Because we are going to this profile view and we have access to a user. Now we're just going to inject that with a user, right? And like I said, we get access to that from this navigation destination that we have set up. So we're clicking on a user, the navigation destination recognizes that we clicked on a user, it gives us access to that user property, then we navigate to the profile and inject that user into the profile, right? So now we have two separate profile views, one for the current user profile and one for the regular user profile. So we're looking good. So let's go ahead and run our app really quickly just to see if this is working as expected now. So I go here, I click on Charles Leclerc, and ooh, it's still not acting right. And I believe that's because we still have it wrapped up in a navigation stack. So let's see, in profile and view, profile view, we just need to delete this navigation stack, guys. So let's find that last bracket, delete that first, go back up to the top, delete the navigation stack. And in order to get everything indented properly, guys, you can just hit Command A to highlight everything and then hit Control I. And everything will be indented nice and neat. And let's go ahead and run this again, and that should solve our problem. And then we can get into sort of cleaning up the code because we have so much copy and pasted stuff here. So let's see, go here, click on Charles Leclerc, and you guys notice that everything is looking good now, right? Like it shows Charles Leclerc's data, and here I can go to Max Verstappen, it shows Max Verstappen's data. And then if I go to my currently logged in user profile, it shows my currently logged in user data. So that looks really, really good, guys. Slightly annoying problem to fix, but we got it done. Now we can go over how we can start refactoring some of this code, like the header view and the filter bar and all that stuff, so that we're not copy and pasting so much code. So let's get started with that. So first up, guys, what I want us to do is set up our folder structure to have like a reusable components folder. So inside of your profile guy, go ahead and hit Command-Shift-N, and we're going to create something called components. And the first thing we're going to create is a profile header view. So the refactor should be pretty easy, right? Because we already have all the code. We just need to copy and paste things and put them in different places. So if we go back to our profile view, we have the code for our header right here. Let's go ahead and just cut all of this out and replace this with our profile header view. So we go here. Yes, I think that should be good. And we need to inject this with a user, right? So I'm going to say let user be a user. And in our preview, we can say user dev.user. And let's just go ahead and run our preview to see what this is looking like. Okay, we need to go back to our profile view and actually inject this user. So we have access to our user on a class level here. So we can just go user, user, right? So let's see what that looks like when it comes up. So it looks exactly the same, right? So that's really, really nice. So let's see if we can go ahead and drop it into our current user profile view now. So I want to delete all this. And what we can do is say if let user equals current user. Then we want to say profile header view user, right? So let's go ahead and run the app, guys, and see if that refactor looks good. So we go here, and that's the one thing I don't like is, one, we got some other stuff to fix. It sort of takes a second to load and then adjust the spacing. We don't really want that to happen, right? So I think what we want to do is go back to this profile header view and make this optional. So I'm going to make this a var user and say init user, which is our user, but it's optional. And then say self.user equals user. And here what we can do now, guys, is say we can just make this stuff optional. So user question mark dot username and user question mark on the bio guy as well. So now we can go back to our current user profile view, and I don't need to use this if let anymore. I can just create the profile header view. Oh, I said profile view. That's not what I wanted to do. We definitely want that to be the profile header view. And now we can pass in our optional current user, right? So you guys are going to notice this looks way cleaner. So I go here, and the text isn't there at first, but the spacing isn't all janky anymore, right? And then if we go here, guys, and we click on this, everything looks good right off the bat. So that's our first refactor, and it's looking good. Next up, what I want us to do is refactor out this, what's it called? Our user content list view, right? So we definitely have this copy and pasted in both places. So we're going to go over how to refactor this now. So what we can do, guys, is let's go to our components guy and create another reusable component. And we're just going to call this user content list view. And let's go back to our profile view here. And we notice that this is all the code for that guy. We have that comment there, which helps us find it, which is nice. And I'm going to cut this, and let's see, we can grab the padding as well, I guess. Hit Command X, go to our user content list view, and paste this guy in here, right? You guys are going to notice that it throws a couple errors, and we just need to go back to the profile view and grab these three things. So let's see, user content list view, go here and paste that stuff in there. Awesome. Okay, now we can go back to the profile view and literally just say user content list view, right? And that should be good to go. Now we can do the same thing in our current user profile view. So let's delete all of this. So user content list view. And you guys can notice how much cleaner this is, right? Way, way, way less code. We clean this up really, really nicely with some awesome refactors. We still have a little bit to go. Let's just go ahead and run this and make sure everything is functioning as expected. And really quickly, guys, we can also just go here and delete all of these properties in the current user profile view. We do not need them anymore. So go here, and I can see that this is still functioning as expected. That looks beautiful. Go here, and we can see that this is still functioning as expected as well. So next up, guys, I want us to fix this nasty spacing we have on the guest user profile. You'll notice that that doesn't exist on the regular user profile, or the current user profile, sorry. And then we're gonna do our action button as well. So on the profile view, what we're gonna do is simply add .navigation bar title display mode is .inline. So before you drive yourself nuts thinking that this is a padding issue, it is not. It's just because the navigation bar defaults to like the large title option, even though the title isn't there, which is a little weird to me. But anyway, let's go ahead and run this just to check it out. And that looks good. And also, guys, I think off camera, I deleted that toolbar. So make sure you delete that as well. We don't want that action button on the guest user profile. So what I mean by that is if you go back to the current user profile view, we have this toolbar so that we can log out. Make sure you just remove that from the profile view here. So this is what your profile view should currently look like. So you guys will notice this is way cleaner. We can keep the follow button in the profile view. We just need to update our current user profile view for that to say edit profile. So we can go here, make this say edit profile. Our foreground color is going to be .black. Width and height and all that is going to stay the same. Background is going to be .white. And we're pretty much just making it look like this, guys. And then we're just going to give it that border there as well. I believe we have the code for that border somewhere. It should be in our user cell. Yep. So if you go to the user cell and we just grab this overlay right here. So let's go back to current user profile view and give that, an overlay just like that. And make the corner radius 8, I guess. And that looks pretty good, right? And then you guys notice now that because we've set our code up this way, each one of these buttons can now have different action handlers, right? Like obviously here we want to present our edit profile sheet, and then in the profile view, when we follow or unfollow somebody, we want that to be a separate action as well. So with all of the refactoring we just did, guys, this is really looking way cleaner, way more professional, and way easier for us to work with, right? So if we go here, we see that says edit profile, that's looking real good. We go here, that still says follow, and that's looking good as well. So I think that is going to wrap it up for this, guys. The only thing I want us to change here is make this folder say user profile instead of view, right? So we sort of structured this differently. And go ahead and just delete this view model folder, right? So we have edit profile, user profile, and current user profile sort of all under this profile folder. So that's looking good, guys. In the next video, we are going to go over how we can start introducing this edit profile functionality so that we can add user profile images and all that stuff before we ultimately move on to thread creation. So get excited for that, guys. We will see you there. Peace out. In this video, we are going to be going over how to, first off, launch the edit profile view controller from the profile. And then we are going to be going over actual edit profile functionality, mainly how to select and edit the user's profile image that we see here. So first off, guys, we're going to hop into the current user profile view, and we are going to work on presenting a sheet that is our edit profile view. So we're going to say @state private var show edit profile equals false. And then on this whole scroll view, we can just go ahead and add a sheet. And we're going to say is presented and content. And let's see, we are going to say $show edit profile. And this is going to be our edit profile view, just like that. Cool. So let's go ahead and see if this works. We can do this from our preview. But if it takes forever to load, we'll just run the application. Sometimes it does take way too long. That's actually not bad. So we go and click this guy, and it's not launching it. Oh, that is because we need to toggle show edit profile view. So we're going to say show edit profile dot toggle in the button action itself. And now we will hit that, and that looks good there, right, guys? This is showing up nicely. We need to implement the cancel functionality as well. Let's just go ahead and do that now before we move forward so we don't forget. So in our edit profile view, we are going to go here and add that dismissal property at environment, open parenthesis, \dismiss var dismiss. And in the cancel button handler, we will say dismiss. Cool. Okie dokie. So next up, guys, we should test this out. So let's see if that works really quickly. Edit profile, cancel, and boom. That is looking good. Our preview crashed, but we don't care. Let's just make sure that that doesn't happen when we run the app, and then we can move on to actual edit profile functionality. So I go here, edit my profile, hit cancel, edit profile, cancel. So we can show and hide that, or show and dismiss it seamlessly. That looks really, really good. So next up, guys, how do we implement the ability to actually select a photo here? So we're going to be starting with that now. So let's go to our current user profile view model, and we're going to be implementing the functionality to select a photo here. So there's a couple properties that we need to add and a couple imports we need to make. So first off, we're going to say import Photos UI, and we need to import SwiftUI as well. And we're going to add a published property here for our selected image. So at published var, we can say selected item is a photos picker item. And then we're going to say at published var profile image, which is an optional image, just like that. So now, guys, we're going to hop back over to the current user profile view, or sorry, the edit profile view, and implement the functionality to actually utilize these things so we can select the photo and present the photo picker and all that good stuff. And you guys might be asking, hey, why are we doing this on the current user profile view model? And that will become more clear later. We're just basically going to pass that along as an environment object, or we could do an observable object as well to our edit profile view. So you guys could either say at environment object var view model is our current user profile view model, and then we just have to set that from our current user profile view like this. So we can say dot environment object, which is our view model. Or the alternative would be to pass it along as an observed object. Either way is fine, to be honest. We can stick with this environment object usage here. And now, guys, we are going to go back to our edit profile view and actually introduce how to present our photo picker and all that good stuff. So let's go back there, and on this, what's it called? That image, where is that circular profile image view? Right here. We are going to just cut that out. We need to import our Photos UI up at the top. Go back here. Maybe make sure that was in the right spot. Yep, okay. So import Photos UI, and we're going to go here and just delete that. And we're going to create this Photos picker. And the selection is going to be our $viewModel.selected item. And we're going to say if let image equals viewModel.profile image. We're going to create this image, and we're going to make it .resizable, .scaled to fill, .frame, width and height of, I believe it's going to be 40 by 40. .clip shape is our circle. .foreground color is going to be color. Actually, we don't need the foreground color there. And then we're going to say else. We're just going to pass in our circular profile image view. So basically, guys, the logic here is that if the user has selected an image, we're going to render that. If not, we're just going to show whatever their circular profile image view is already. So let's go ahead and run this bad boy and see if this is working. Selecting the image isn't actually going to do anything just yet. There's a little bit more functionality we need to add. So I'm going to go edit profile, select that guy, and you guys will notice that it presents my photo picker for me, which is really nice. But if I select one of those things, nothing happens just yet. So let's go over the rest of the functionality to actually load that profile image into that spot. And then we can go over how to actually upload that image. So if we go back to the current user profile view model, basically what we're going to want to do, guys, is whenever we publish or populate this selected item property from this selected image, there is a function we need to introduce to ultimately load that image and pass it along to our view. So we are going to write a function here called load image. and it's going to be async. And we're going to say guard let item equal selected item, else return. Then we're going to say guard let data equal try await item dot load transferable. And it's going to be data dot self, else return. Then we're going to say guard let UI image equal UI image from that data, else return. And then we're going to say self.profile image equals this SwiftUI image that we will construct out of that UI image that we just got back. So I always say that this is a lot of hoopla, right? Like there's a lot you have to go through just to select an image and ultimately get a SwiftUI image back from that. It is just a couple lines of code, but it feels like running in circles, so to speak. I hope SwiftUI improves this a little bit later on in another update with SwiftUI. But anyway, let's go over how we can now add this functionality to our app. So we can just go here and add some opening brackets to the selected item, and we can add this did set observer, and we can say task await load image. And let me just fix my spacing there. So basically, guys, whenever we set this item, we are going to call this load image function, and it's going to go through what it needs to do to update this profile image property. And ultimately, that is what we need in order to populate this guy here, right? So that's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and run this now and see if that works. All right, we go here, we go to edit profile, go here, select an item. Okay, yeah, that's looking good, right? Not sure why there's a bunch of error messages popping up there. I think it's fine. But anyway, guys, you guys notice that we can select any image we want there, and it ultimately populates inside of that edit profile spot. So next up, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up for this video. I really just wanted to go over sort of that image selection functionality in our edit profile presentation logic. Next up, I want us to go over how we can actually upload images to Firestore and then download them to ultimately display that user profile image for everyone. So get excited for that, guys. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In this video, we're going to be going over how to upload our user's profile image to Firebase storage. Before we get started with that, though, I do want to do a quick refactor. I realized that I made a mistake here, guys. We actually don't need to utilize this current user profile view model as an environment object on our edit profile view. We can create our own view model for this here. The reason I was doing that before was for like making it easier to update the user and have the changes persist from when we update it here and have those changes persist here. But I found a workaround for that has cleaner architecture. So let's just go ahead and do a quick refactor on this. In your edit profile folder, go ahead and make a folder for your view model, create a new file. We're going to make this edit profile view model. And I'm going to create a class called edit profile view model, which is going to be an observable object. And let's just go ahead and copy and paste the code that we have here over to there. Let's go back and let's get this load image function as well. And we are going to import SwiftUI and import Photos UI. And all of those errors should go away. Cool. And then in our edit profile view, guys, let's just replace this with a state object. So we're going to say state object var view model equals edit profile view model. So I think it's better to have this architected this way to where each view has its own view model. We really didn't need to pass it along as an environment object. So let's just go ahead and keep on going, guys. So everything should still work the same. Let's just test this out to make sure. And then we are going to go over how to actually upload our image to Firebase. So we go here, it loads, and we should still be able to select an image, and we see that showing up there and it looks good, right? Cool, cool, cool. So next up, guys, what I want us to do is actually go over how we're going to implement this like edit profile functionality so that when we hit the done button, it'll actually upload the new user data to Firestore. So first off, in our edit profile view model, and we have a threading issue here, guys. So let's actually go ahead and say at main actor on that load image guy right there. We're going to introduce another function here to update our user data. So we're going to say func update user data, async throws, and here we can just say like print debug update user data here or something like that. And let's see where we want to implement this. Let me move this folder up. We are going to go back to our edit profile view, and we are going to go to that done button, and we're going to say task try await view model dot update user data. And after that task has completed, then we can dismiss. So let's go ahead and run this and see what that looks like. And then we'll be able to actually start implementing the functionality. So I go here, I hit done. No print statement, It's weird. We want to make sure that that is showing up. Wait, maybe we didn't add the debug. All right, let's go ahead and take a look, guys. So yeah, we should be getting that print statement back. It says update user data here, but we are not. So let me just run this again. Make sure everything is set up correctly. So we have our edit profile view model. In our edit profile view model, we have this update user data function. And when we hit done, it says try await view model dot update user data. Okay, so that's good to go. For some reason, it wasn't showing up the first time, but now we are good. So next up, guys, what do we actually do to upload this image to Firestore? So we're going to want to create a service to help us do this, and it's going to be called an image uploader. So it's basically just going to be a reusable component that we can use to upload images to Firestore. So in your services folder, go ahead and create a Swift file called image uploader. And this is going to need to import Firebase and import Firebase storage as well. So we are going to create a struct. It's going to be called image uploader. And then we're going to create a static func called upload image, and it has to be a UI image. And we'll go over why in just a second. Async throws. And this is going to return an optional string, guys. And we will also cover this in just a little bit as to why we're returning a string from this function. So first off, guys, we want to say guard let image data equal image dot JPEG data with compression quality. So really quickly, guys, I want to bring up some Apple documentation on what exactly this compression quality stuff is. So this is the developer.apple.com documentation. We can see here that the quality of the resulting JPEG image expressed as a value from 0 to 1, where 0 represents the maximum compression quality or lowest quality, while 1 represents the least compression or best quality. So how do we want to use that here? Well, right now, this is just for profile images, guys, and we can notice that our profile images are pretty small all throughout our application. So if a user selects a super, super large image, we can actually compress that quite a bit to reduce the size of the upload and also the size of the download. So that's important when you're thinking about database optimization and storage optimization, and also overall data usage for your application. If you only need to show an image that's this big and it's like a massive image, say it's a gigabyte in size or something ridiculous like that, you don't want to download an image like a full gigabyte of data just to display an image that's this big. So we can actually go and give this like a compression quality of like 0.25. And you know, for other things, like if you had like thread images or post images or videos or something, you would want to limit the amount of compression that you do just to maintain the quality of that. But like I said, because these are really small, we can compress this quite a bit to improve the optimization on our back end. So nice little pro tip for you guys there. Let's go ahead and keep going with our image uploader. So let's create a storage reference, guys. So this is where our image is going to go. So this is going to be storage.storage.reference with path. And we're going to say /profile_images/ and let's go ahead and create a file name. We'll say let file name equal nsuid.uuid string. And then we just need to inject that file name there. So we definitely want to give this path to this profile images guy and then give it a unique file name. And the reason for that is if you ever want to find that image and delete it or modify it, it's important for it to have a unique identifier. So now guys, we can continue on. We're going to say do, and here is where we're going to try to upload the image. And if anything goes wrong, we'll hit this catch block and handle our error. So we're going to just say let underscore equal try await storage ref dot put data async, and we are going to pass along that image data. And then we're going to say let URL equal try await storage ref dot download URL, and then we can return that URL dot absolute string. So this is going to be the resulting profile image URL for this actual image. We'll go over that concept in just a little bit. If anything goes wrong, guys, we're just going to say print debug failed to upload image with error.localized description, and we ultimately return nil. So if anything goes wrong, that means we didn't upload our image successfully, and we're not going to get back an image URL. So next up, guys, we are going to see how we can actually utilize this image uploader inside of our edit profile view model, right? So guys, first thing I want us to do is create a private property here that is a UI image, just like that. And the reason for this is because we need to pass this along to our image uploader. We can't upload a SwiftUI image like this. It has to be a UI image. For what reason, I'm not sure. That's just how it is. So next up, let's go over what we need to do to actually update the profile image. So let's make another function here. We're going to say private func update profile image. And we're just going to say guard let image equal self.ui image else return. And this is going to be async throws, guys. And then we're going to say let image URL equal try await image uploader dot upload image. We're going to pass that image along. And then what we'll ultimately need to do is update the user data structure in Firestore with this image URL once it has finished uploading. So whenever the user hits done, guys, basically we're just going to say, hey, if that UI image is there, then we want to update this profile image. So we can just go here and say task, or we could actually just say try await update profile image, right? Cool. So that will actually upload the profile image and give us back an image URL. But the last piece of the puzzle is actually updating the user's image URL, guys. So what do I mean by that? Well, what's going to happen is that image is going to upload to our storage bucket, right? So we have these profile images, right? These are all my users' profile images. And this is where the actual file exists, right? But we don't want to store these actual like large files inside of our database. This is what the storage bucket is for. But what each one of these uploads is going to give us back is an image URL, or the location of that image in our Firebase storage. So that's what we're going to upload to our database. So you guys can see here that I have a profile image URL for Charles Leclerc, And if I were to copy and paste this into my URL bar, it would actually download that image to my device. So that's how this is going to work. And ultimately, guys, that is why this image uploader returns an image URL, because that's what we need to actually update the user's database reference. So let's go over how we can do that. We're just going to hop into our user service guy, and we are going to say, we're going to create a function. So we're going to say func update user profile image, and we're going to say with image URL, which is a string, async throws. And I'm just going to go into my users collection. So I'm going to say try await and just paste that in there, firestore.firestore.collection users. We also need our current user ID. So let's grab that. And we can actually just delete that block there. So we're going to say try await firestore.firestore.collection users document current UID update data, and use this async throws option. Open up a set of brackets, hit enter, and we are going to say profile image URL, and we're just going to pass along that image URL right there. Awesome. Okay, so now that we have this, guys, we also want to make sure that we update that on our current user guy right here, so that that persists locally throughout the app as well. So after that's done, we can say self.currentUser.profile image URL is equal to that image URL. So once that gets published, that will trigger all of the Combine publishers and listeners and observers and all that, and update it with the current user's profile image URL, which is going to be really nice. So that's one of the beauties of using like a shared user service here. So anyway, let's go back here. And once we get that image URL, let's go ahead and say guard let image URL else return. We're going to say user service dot shared dot update user profile image with image URL. Awesome, right? So let's see, we need to say try await. Cool. All right, I think this is ready to go, boys and girls. So let's go ahead and run this and see if we can successfully update our user profile image. Oh, one more thing, and we need to talk about why we did this. When we load this image, guys, right, we need to set this UI image property. So I'm going to say self.UIImage equals UI image, just like that. So once again, not sure why Swift doesn't allow us to upload like SwiftUI images. We have to do it with this UI image guy because we ultimately need to get the image data. So if we go back here, you guys see that we have this JPEG data, right? If I were to change this to like a regular image, you guys would notice that we don't have that anymore. Even if I import SwiftUI, we can't get the JPEG data for that, right? Has no member JPEG data. So this has to be represented as a UI image because ultimately what we need to do to upload this to Firebase storage is generate this image data, right? So that's why we have to go through that sort of like run around there. And we just need to make sure that whenever we set that or load that image, we set this property here so that when we call this update profile image function, we make sure that that guy is there. And if it's there, that means the user has actually selected an image. If it's not there, the user hasn't done anything, right? So let's go ahead and run this now and see if that's working, guys. And then that's going to wrap it up for all of our like edit profile and user stuff. Then we can actually start getting to the fun stuff where we can upload threads, right? So let's go here, edit profile, select this guy, go here, hit done. And we notice that it dismisses, and let's go ahead and see if that actually uploaded our user profile image URL. Ooh, look at that. Let's go. Right there's our user profile image URL right there. We see that the other guys don't have it. And if we go to our storage, we see that we get this profile images guy, and that's the image that we just uploaded there. So in the next one, guys, we have a threading issue. Let's go ahead and fix that first. Setup subscribers. Okay. Yeah, so that triggered an update, right? So anytime that shared user service current user guy gets updated, it's going to trigger this right here in our current user profile view model. So we need to make sure that that has that main actor macro. So let's go back to our user service. And when we update the profile image, we need to say main actor, just like that. So in the next one, guys, we are going to be going over how to actually load the user profile images, and then we can go over how to start actually uploading threads and displaying them in our feed. And this is all going to start coming to life really, really soon. So we're doing great, guys. Let's go ahead and get on to the next video. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In our last video, we went over how to upload our user's profile image to Cloud Firestore storage. Now what I want us to do is go over how we can actually download those images and display them for each individual user. The first thing I want to do though, guys, is notice that we still have this username right here, sort of hard coded there. Let's go ahead and fix that before we move forward. So if we go to our edit profile view, this was saying this was from Charles Leclerc. What we need to do is just go ahead and we need to add a user object to this. So we can just actually inject this with a user. So I could say let user be a user. And here we are going to say user.fullname. And yep, so that looks good. This is going to throw an error in a couple places. So let's see where that happens. In the preview, we need to say user dev.user. And then when we present the edit profile view, we are also going to want to pass that along. So if we go to current user profile, we go to current user profile view, we have this guy here. So in the sheet, let's also delete that environment object guy. We can just go here and say if let user equals current user. Let's go ahead and pass him along. And let's go ahead and run this just to make sure that that's working as expected. And we go here, and we see that Lewis Hamilton is showing up. So something that I did off camera, guys, was register a bunch of other users and upload profile images for them. So if I go to edit profile, you guys will notice that I have a bunch of images of F1 drivers. You guys can literally just download those and drag and drop them into your simulator to get this. If you want your app to come to life a little bit more. And now we're going to move forward with going over how to actually load these user images into this circular profile image view, guys. So we're going to be using something called Kingfisher to do that. It is a Swift package. I will go over why I like to use Kingfisher as opposed to the native SwiftUI async image. Let's just go ahead and add this package. So in your Xcode file bar, go to add packages, and I'm going to just start Kingfisher out here. If you guys have never used this before, here's the URL. It is github.com/1vcat/kingfisher.git. You could just do a Google search for Kingfisher and it should come up. Let's go ahead and add this package. And let's just go ahead and hit add package there. And you guys will notice that it adds our Kingfisher package. So next up, guys, what I want us to do is go back to our components folder and go to this circular profile image view. And we are going to modify this a little bit. So basically what we want to be able to do is load any user's profile image in this circular profile image view. So in order to accomplish that, we're going to need to inject this with a user object. So we're going to make it optional. And what we're going to do, guys, is go up to the top here, and now we're going to import Kingfisher. And we are going to go over how we can now use the user's profile image URL to load their profile image. So let's go ahead and just cut this really quick. So highlight that, hit Command X, and we're going to say if let image URL equals user.profile image URL. And then we're going to say else and just paste that. And we're going to replace this image of Max Verstappen with just like a system image for like a blank user. So we're just going to say person.circle.fill. So let me show you guys what it's going to look like. It's going to look like this Batman image you see here. It's just going to be a blank image. So if the user has not updated their profile image, it's just going to show this sort of placeholder image right here. And then guys, all we need to do is make this have a foreground color of color.systemGray4. And we can remove the scale to fill option, and we can also remove the clip shape of the circle, and that's because this is already a circular image right here. So next up guys, let's go over how we can use the Kingfisher image. So Kingfisher makes it super easy to simply just pass an image URL into this KF image that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that and select this option with a URL. And then we just need to build out this URL. So we're going to say URL string with that image URL guy right there. And then we're going to say dot resizable, dot scaled to fill, dot frame, width is 40, height is also 40. And here we do need the clip shape of a circle. Cool. So this is going to throw errors in a couple different places in our application, guys, but this is going to be really, really useful for us now, because basically if a user has a profile image URL, it's going to load it using this Kingfisher image. If they don't, it's just going to have this placeholder image. So this is really, really a nifty, like handy, reusable view to have. So guys, here we can go and say user, just dev.user. And if we try to build our project, it's just going to throw errors everywhere that we need to actually inject that user guy. Actually, it won't, because that's optional. So let's add a required initializer. So we're going to say init user like this, self.user equals user. Go ahead and build that. And now you'll see that our build fails, and we just need to go and pass our user along in the correct places. So you guys will notice that we pretty much have the user everywhere we need it already. And we can just go here, say replace. You guys notice in the profile header view, we already have that guy, so we can literally just pass it along. In our thread cell, that is going to be something we don't have yet. So let's just say user, and thankfully it's optional, so we can just say nil for now. And then in our user cell, we have a user here, so we can go and say user, user, just like that. So guys, let's go ahead and run this and see how it looks. Oh, we are missing a parameter. Okay. Create thread view. Let's just make that nil for now as well. All right, so we see that that's looking good. If we go here, okay, let's see. Those are not showing up yet, maybe because we need to add the profile images, and that's also not showing up. That's interesting. So let's go ahead and take a look at our database and make sure we have all of these profile image URLs, guys. So I'm gonna go to my Firestore database. Okay, so yeah, definitely got that. That's looking good. We got a profile image URL for all of these users. So let's go to our model, make sure we're loading that profile image URL correctly. So guys, make sure that the spelling here matches what you have in your database. That's the first error I always look for if things aren't working properly. So we go here, we see profile image URL, and that matches up directly with what we have here. Yep. So let's go back to our circular profile image view. So that should be good. Let's just run it again. Maybe there was just a little mishap. Okay, yeah. We need to pass that along here. I don't think the app actually ran successfully. So here we just need to say user and pass along the user that we have in our edit profile view as well. So now our app should build and run. And if we go here, oh, check that out, guys. That looks absolutely gorgeous, right? It loads all of our users' profile images. And if we go here, we see that that's Checo's image. We see that this is Daniel's image, Lando's image, Charles's image, Max Verstappen's image, so on and so forth. So, and then here in my profile, that works. And then here in my profile, that works. In my edit profile, that works as well. So guys, one thing I want us to introduce really quickly is adding the different sizing options for this circular profile image view. So if we go back to this guy, I am going to just copy and paste an enum that I have here. And this gives us a bunch of different sizing options for this profile image, guys. Extra, extra small is just 28 pixels, extra small, small, medium, large, blah, 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 blah. And I pretty much use this in all my apps that require some sort of circular profile image. And we're just gonna require that this is an init parameter as well. So I can say let size, profile image size, and we can actually delete this init now. And it's just gonna require that we pass in a size. So let's see, let's go here. And the size is super easy to implement, right, guys? You can literally just say dot, like medium. Okay, so that's going to throw an error once again in all of the places that we need to add that size. So circular profile image view, size, I believe, is going to be dot small, user cell dot small. Let's keep going through all these errors, profile header view. So here, we're going to make this maybe like a dot medium. So let's check our medium size really quickly. So medium is going to be 48 pixels. That's perfect. Let's keep going. Let's see, in our create thread view, we definitely want that to be a small. And one more, edit profile view. We want this guy to be small as well. All right, so let's go ahead and run this and just take a look and see if that still looks the same. So that looks great. This looks great. That is not as big as I want it to be. Oh, you know what? I don't think we did it in the... Okay. Oh, I know why. We didn't actually utilize the size component. So let's go to our circular profile image view. And instead of these hard-coded values, guys, of 40 by 40, we're just going to go here and say size.dimension, size.dimension. So basically, here are all the size cases, and then it has this dimension property. So we're going to say, hey, the width is the size.dimension, and the height is also the size.dimension. And make sure you do that for the placeholder image as well. Let's run this bad boy again, and this should be looking really good now. So that still looks good. This looks good. And you guys notice that that's a bigger profile image right there, right? We go edit profile, that looks good. And if we go to our create thread view, that looks good there as well. So really nice to have that sort of custom sizing, guys. And before we end this video, I want to talk about why I prefer to use KF image or Kingfisher within a Swift package as opposed to using like something like async image, right? So the major reason is because of image caching. So async image does not natively come with a built-in caching mechanism, and caching images in your application is super, super important for optimized performance. So what do I mean by that? Well, basically, guys, every time we want to load an image, if we ever have to load the same image twice, we don't want to have to reach back out to our API and re-download that image, right? If we've already seen an image, for example, if I see this image of Checo here, and then I go here, I don't want to have to re-download that image. It's an unnecessary download. And you can imagine if I'm just going back and forth between profiles, I can end up downloading the same image 50 times in one app session, right? So caching is a super important mechanism to have here, where as soon as we see an image once, it's going to cache that into our, or save that locally in our application memory, so that once we see it again, it just loads the image directly from that cache. And Kingfisher comes with built-in cache support. If you guys were to use async image, you would have to implement your own caching layer, and that can get really complex and really nasty and really difficult to maintain. So it's really nice to just get that out of the box with the Kingfisher image, guys. So that's why I strongly prefer using KF image over async image. Until async image comes with some sort of built-in caching mechanism, I don't recommend using it for apps like this. So anyway, guys, that is going to wrap it up for this video. The app has really come to life now with all of these profile images showing up. In the next one, we are going to get into how we can start creating and uploading threads and then ultimately displaying them in our feed and our user profile. So get excited for that, guys. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In this video, we're going to be getting started with what we need to do to upload threads. So the first thing I want us to do, guys, is to create our data model for the thread. So in our model folder, let's just get straight into it and go ahead and create a new file. And this is going to be a Swift file, and we're just going to call it a thread. So let's go ahead and talk about what a thread has, right, guys? Before we start just coding things out, I want you guys to get an idea of what it's like to just look at something on a screen and figure out how to model that programmatically. So first things first, we notice that we're going to have a user attached to a thread, right? So first off, let's just go ahead and just create our struct for our thread. And we know that we're going to want this to be identifiable and codable, right? So why do we know those things? Well, anytime we're going to display something in a list in SwiftUI, we want it to conform to the identifiable protocol, and each thread is going to need its own individual unique ID. So we can go ahead and start off by saying let ID string, and that's going to solve the problem of conforming to our identifiable protocol, and we know that each thread is going to have an ID. So next up, guys, like I was saying before, each thread has to be owned by someone, right? So to me, that indicates that we need to link a user to our thread somehow, right? So we're going to have some nested objects here. But first off, let's just go ahead and add an owner UID, which is a string. So this is going to serve as sort of like a pointer to the user that owns the thread. And that's ultimately how we're going to display their profile image and their username, right? Another thing a thread is going to have, guys, is a timestamp, right? And then it'll have other things like a caption and likes and some other stuff like that. So let's just go ahead and add all of those properties now as well. So we're definitely going to have a caption. It's going to be a string. We're definitely going to have a timestamp. And we're going to import Firebase for this one, guys. And that's going to be a timestamp object. And then we could maybe also have like likes, and that's going to be an integer. And the reason likes is a variable, guys, is because the likes can change on a thread. So likes definitely needs to be a mutable property. All of these other things are, however, going to be immutable. The owner of a thread can't change. We're not going to give the user the ability to edit their caption, so that won't change. The timestamp can't change, and the ID also cannot change. So that's why all of those are constants, and this is a variable. And next up, guys, if you remember, I said we want to link a user to a thread. So we're also going to add this guy here. It's going to be an optional user object. So we'll go over why we make this optional in a little bit. We definitely want to initialize this with an owner UID, and basically what we're going to do is use that owner UID to fetch the user, but we'll go over how to do that later. But this is essentially the foundation of our thread data model, guys. So now that we have that, let's go over how we can start uploading threads. So if you guys remember, if we click on this plus button, it takes us to our thread creation view, right? And here we can start a thread and ultimately post it. So let's go over to our thread creation guy, and we need to create a view model folder for this. And let's create a thread creation view model. Or we can just call it create thread view model. Cool. This is going to be a class called create thread view model, an observable object. And we also need to create a thread service, guys. So in our service folder here, let's go ahead and create a Swift file called thread service. And this is just going to be a struct called thread service. And the reason we're making this a struct and not a class, guys, is because we don't really need any sort of what's it called, like static or shared functionality for this thread service. It's really just going to be in charge of fetching and uploading, maybe liking threads. So let's go ahead and add some functions here. So I'm going to create a func called static func upload thread, which is a thread, async throws. And let's go over how we can upload this to Firestore. So first off, we're going to need to import Firestore. Firebase. And first thing we're going to do, guys, is encode this. So we're going to say guard let thread data equal, and sorry, we actually need to import Firebase Firestore Swift to encode that with the Firestore encoder. And we're going to say try firestore.encoder.encode our thread here. And then we're going to say else return. Then we can say let ref equal try await firestore.firestore.collection threads add document with this data async throws our thread data. And yep, actually we don't need to store that in a reference. We can just say try await. So that looks good, right? That's literally all we need to do to upload a thread. Later on, we'll come back to this and add some more functions for like fetching our threads and all of that good stuff, but that's all we need for now. So in our view model now, guys, we are going to have a function to upload our thread, async throws, and it's going to just call thread service.upload thread. But you guys notice we need to actually create the thread here. So we're going to create the thread in the view model and then pass that along to our thread service function. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and go over what we need to do to create this thread. We can just say let thread equal our thread here and select this guy. So we need to get the thread all of these properties, right? So the ID we'll just do as a blank string for now. We can get the owner ID simply by going let guard let UID equal auth.auth. And we actually need to import Firebase to do that. .currentUser.uid else return. So that's our owner UID. And then, to get the caption, you guys could do one of two things. We could do what we've been doing up until this point, which is just creating a published var for the caption. Or you could add it as an input parameter to this function. And when we call this function from our view, you could pass the caption along. I'm going to stick with this method just to stay consistent here. So now we can pass in the caption. Timestamp is easy. We can simply just go like that. When you do that automatic constructor there, it gives you the exact date of the moment that the user were to, or that this function gets called, and it'll upload that to the database. And likes is obviously just going to be 0. And then we can say try await thread service.upload thread, right? So pretty straightforward. But guys, we do need to get this ID property. And one option would be to simply say nsuuid.uuid string and generate our ID like this. But Firestore has an interesting way of helping us with this ID situation. So we can go over how to implement that now. So let's go back to our model folder, and we are going to import Firebase Firestore Swift. Firebase Firestore Swift. And they have this property wrapper called @document_ID var. And we're going to just call this thread ID, which is a string. And what we can do now is we don't have to actually give it this ID property. We can make this a computed property, and I'll go over why in just a second. So just go ahead and cut that or delete it and say var ID, which is a string. And you can say return thread ID. If it's not there, then we can give it an nsuuid.uuid string. So basically, guys, what Firestore is doing here is when it fetches the document, that document ID property wrapper will automatically assign the ID to this document ID that it sees right here, right? So if we go here and I go to threads, you guys notice that I don't have an actual ID property in my document data. When it's fetching that, it will automatically assign that thread ID property this document ID that it gets right here when it fetches that data. So it does some stuff under the hood for us, which makes our life a little bit easier. The only thing that you have to do is make this property optional. It's required when you're using this property wrapper. So in order for us to conform to the identifiable protocol and keep everything working smoothly with SwiftUI, we just make the ID a computed property, and we say, hey, give us back the thread ID. And if for some reason it's not there, which it basically always will be, then you can just return an NSUUID.UUID string. So you guys are going to notice now that we literally don't have to supply the thread with that ID now. Everything is just automatically generated, right? Which is super, super nice. I could build my project, and you guys are going to notice that everything should succeed and we're good to go, right? So now all that's left, guys, is how do we actually implement this in our create thread view? Should be pretty easy. So I'm going to create a state object for that view model. Equals our create thread view model. We can delete this caption because we now have the caption as a published property on our view model, and we can replace this with view model.caption. And now our post button, okay, so we need to go here and say view model.caption, view model.caption, and view model.caption. View model.caption here as well. So guys, I actually think it would have been easier to do it the other way. So basically, we can back all those out if we want to, but basically now we go here and say task try await view model.upload thread. We would have only had to pass the caption in right here instead of replacing all of these with view model.caption. So let me just show you guys what that would look like really quickly. If we delete this and then go here and just pass that along as an input parameter, everything in the function will be good to go. And then we can literally just go and delete everywhere that we added that guy, because I think this is actually a better way of doing this now that I think about it. Let's see, caption. So we just need to introduce that back in here as a state property. And get that going. And now in the upload thread function, you guys will notice that it asks us for the caption, which we can just pass along. So that's the alternative way of doing it, guys. Sometimes it's better to do it the way we had previously done it. Sometimes it's better to do it this way. Nothing really set in stone there. But I think that in this case, passing it along as an input parameter was the better option. So that's looking good now, guys. All we need to do now is make sure that we actually get our user injected into this view so that we can properly display their profile image. But everything with uploading the thread should be working. Let's just go ahead and add that in here. So we can say let user be a user, right? And in our preview, we just go down here and say user, which is dev.user. And if we were to try to build the project, it should fail. So let's see where those errors come up. I actually think we might not want to pass this along. Yeah, because we don't really have access to the user in the tab view, right, guys? So basically what we can do is get a little cheeky here, and we can go back to our create thread view. So I could say private var user, which is an optional user, return user service dot shared dot current user, right? And now I can just go here and pass along that user. So you guys notice that this is really convenient, where we can sort of access our user object from anywhere in the application through use of this shared instance with our user service, which is really nice, right? So we no longer have to pass that along here. And we can pretty much guarantee that that user is going to be there because, we should have fetched the user successfully upon loading of this initial feed view and the tab view and everything, so that by the time we get here, it should already be there. If for some reason it's not, you guys could add the combine functionality of listening for changes on the user, but I don't think it's necessary to do that. We should be good to go with this functionality right here. So last but not least, guys, what have we all been waiting for? Let's go ahead and see if we can actually upload a thread. So I'm going to go here and you guys will notice that, hey, my current user object loads in there and we see my profile image and everything. So let's go ahead and say this is our first test thread. Yay. And let's go ahead and hit post. And we need to actually implement the functionality to dismiss that guy, but we should be able to go and check our database and refresh it. And yes, guys, check a look at that. We see here that we get a thread. That's our thread ID. There's our caption. There's our likes. There's the owner UID, which corresponds to Lewis Hamilton. And there's my timestamp, August 11th, 2023 at 3:07 p.m. Let's go. So anyway, guys, really quickly, let's go over how we can actually dismiss this once the thread upload completes, and then we're going to wrap this video up. So we should have that dismissal guy right here already. Yes, we do. So here, right after we do that, we just need to say dismiss. So it's going to upload the thread, and after thread is uploaded, we just dismiss it. So let's go ahead and try to run this one more time and upload another thread. And let's see, go here, loads our profile image. That's awesome. Really struggling this season with the car because Mercedes sucks this year. Let's go and hit post. And we notice that it dismisses right away. And let's just make sure it uploaded our thread. We see our second thread there with all of that metadata. So this is looking absolutely incredible, guys. The next one, we are going to be going over how to fetch our threads and fetch the user data associated with all of our threads so that we can really make this feed come to life here. So get excited for that, guys. This is really coming together. We'll see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. In our last video, we went over how to upload a thread to Firestore. And something that I just noticed is we need to update that user's username right there. So that's a good catch. Let's go ahead and just jump into our create thread view before we get started with fetching our threads. And you guys notice that we have access to our user information right here. We can just go ahead and delete this and say user.username and give it a default value of a blank string. So let's go ahead and run that really quickly just to make sure that this is working as expected. And then we are going to go over how to fetch our threads and display them in our user feed. Okay, perfect. That looks great, right? So it does take a second to load, but that is okay. Now what we can do, guys, is get started with our implementation of fetching our threads. So let's go back to this thread service that we have, and we're going to add another function here to fetch our threads. So I'm just going to say static func fetch threads, async throws, and it's going to give us back an array of threads. And basically, guys, all we're going to do is say let snapshot equal try await firestore.firestore.collection threads dot order by timestamp comma descending is true. That's how we get the most recent threads displayed at the top. And then we're going to say .get documents. And I'm just going to do a bunch of indentation here because that is a really long line of code and it looks messy, and that looks way cleaner, right? So guys, this is going to be super simple. We're just going to take the data we get back from this snapshot and map it into a threads array. So with one line of code, we can literally say return snapshot.documents.compactMap, open up your curly brackets, say try 0.data as a thread.self. And guess what? That's all we have to do to fetch our threads, guys. Now we just need to implement this inside of a view model and get the data over to our feed view. So you guys should know the drill by now. we're going to create a folder here in our feed folder for our view model, create a new file, and this is going to be called feed view model. And we're going to make a class called feed view model. It's going to be an observable object. We're going to have a published variable for our threads. It's going to be an array of threads. We're going to make an initialization function, and we're going to create a private function here called, actually don't make it private. We're just going to say func fetch threads, async throws, and you're just going to say self.threads equals thread service dot fetch threads. Bam. And then we're just going to create a task here and say try await fetch threads. Perfect. Now, guys, what we're going to do is go back inside of our, we need to say try await here. My bad. Go back to your feed view. We're going to create an instance of this feed view model and get the threads back from that. And that's how we're going to populate our feed view with a bunch of threads. Excuse me. So back in our feed view, we're going to go here and say at state object var view model equals our feed view model. And we're going to delete this stuff and we're going to say for each view model dot threads. And guys, really quickly, we should be able to run this and we should notice that we're only getting back 2 threads, right? Which is perfect. But this is not displaying any actual like thread data that we're getting back from the database yet. And that's because we need to populate this thread cell with an actual thread object. So let's go to the thread cell and we're going to inject a thread here. And that's going to throw an error in our preview. So let's just take a second out of our day to go to this extensions folder and create a mock thread, right? It doesn't take that long. We're just going to say let thread equal thread owner UID. We could just do like 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. This is a test thread. We could say timestamp and likes is 0. And let's just go ahead and import Firebase up at the top so we can recognize that timestamp object. And boom, guys, we have a mock thread. So anywhere we need to look at mock data for threads, we have that now. So back in our thread cell, we can just go ahead and say thread dev.thread. So we can see how handy that developer preview extension is that we wrote, right? So now, guys, we can actually start dropping thread information in here. So here we don't actually have the thread user yet. We're going to have to go over how to get that in a little bit. We're also going to introduce like a timestamp functionality to get the real timestamp of the thread. All we can really do here, guys, is drop in the thread caption, right? So we're just going to go ahead and say thread.caption, and then we are going to run this again. And we should notice that, okay, so I don't know why it does that, but sometimes the app runs when there's still an error, which is very strange. The app should not have run there, right? Because we still have an error here. But it did for some reason, and I think that's an issue with Xcode. But now we just need to inject that thread from our for each loop into our thread cell. So we set ourselves up for success here, really. And wow, that is still not working, huh? Oh, right. Yeah, so here, guys, we are just going to comment this out for now in the user content list view. And that's because we haven't fetched user threads yet, right? So we're going to come back to that in a later point. Now we can see here that our captions are showing up, and they're showing up in recent time order, right? So I made this one first. We can obviously see that from this is our first test thread, yay, and then I made this one after. So our database query is looking really, really good, right? One thing we do have to adjust, guys, once again, we have a threading issue. And here we just want to go and say at main actor. Let's run this again and make sure that that is going away, right? So that goes away once we add the main actor macro. Awesome. Okay. So next up, guys, we need to go over how to fetch our thread users, right? So let's go ahead and just add another function here to fetch our thread users. So I'm going to say private func fetch thread user data, or fetch user data for threads. And we are going to do this after we fetch the threads, right? Because we have to fetch the thread first, and then we can fetch the user data for our threads. So I'm just going to say for thread in threads, let owner UID equal thread.ownerUID. And then we basically want to call like some function on like a user service to fetch our user with that UID, guys. We don't currently have that. So we need to go into our user service and add that, but it's going to be really, really similar to what we have with our fetch current user function. So basically, I'm just going to add a static func here to fetch a user with UID, and it is going to return a user, and it's going to be async throws user, just like that. And pretty much, guys, all we need to do is copy and paste these 2 lines of code. So we're going to say let snapshot, go to the users collection, find the UID and get the document, and then it's going to just say return try snapshot.data as user.self. So now we have a function to fetch any user we want in the application, which is awesome. So let's go back to our our feed view model, I think it is. Where is that? Right here. Yep. And then we're going to say let thread user equal try await user service dot fetch user with the owner UID. And that should be good to go. We need to say async throws here. Perfect. And now what we need to do, guys, is go back up into this array and populate that user object on our thread, right? So we need to structure our for loop a little bit differently. So what we're going to do is just delete this and say for I in 0 up to threads.count. And then we're going to say let thread equal threads I. So this is just a different way of structuring our for loop that's actually going to allow us to update this guy more easily. So then we can go here and say threads I dot user equals that thread user, right? And then after we call our thread service.fetch threads guy, we're going to say try await fetch user data for threads. So there's a lot to unpack there, and we are going to go over it in a little bit. I just want us to run this and see if this is working, guys. So basically what we should see is our, profile image updating and our username updating as well. But first we need to go to our thread cell and make sure we populate that data with thread data. So let's go to the thread cell, and here we're going to say thread.user.username, if not just blank. And here, our circular profile image view, we're going to say thread.user. Okay, so I think that should be all we need to do. Let's go ahead and run this and see if that works. And then I'm going to do an in-depth breakdown of everything we just did. And guys, that is looking so good, so clean. It's so fast. That's absolutely incredible, right? So next up, let's go over a full breakdown of everything we just did after we fix this little threading issue that we have here. So I wonder what is happening there. So guys, let's just go ahead and add main actor on this whole class and delete that guy there and run this again and see if that happens. It should go away. Perfect. All right, this is looking great, guys. So anyway, let's go over what exactly we just did for those of you who are a little bit lost. So the way we set our thread up is very, very crucial to understanding this concept, guys. So let's go back to our model right here. So we notice that we have a user object on our thread and it is optional. So the reason we made that optional, guys, is because we want to be able to load our thread data without having to initialize it with a user, because that would make this process a little bit slower, right? Imagine that instead of doing this asynchronously, which is what's happening now, if we made this a synchronous process where we said, hey, fetch the thread and then fetch the user and then update the UI. No, we're doing this asynchronously, which is a lot smoother, where we fetch the thread data and then we update the UI, and then we fetch the user data and update it once we get the user data. So ultimately, what that leads to is a better user experience in that the user actually sees stuff showing up faster and then it updates, rather than us having to make this an initialization for our thread, and then we wouldn't be able to use the codable protocol and all of that stuff. So this is something that we're going to ultimately set on our thread. And once again, the theory behind the architecture here, guys, is that a thread has to be owned by a user, or a user has to be associated with a thread. So there is a dependency there, right? So we are guaranteeing that we're going to have the owner user ID of the thread. And then we're going to use that owner UID as a pointer to go and fetch the user after we have fetched the thread. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. So our thread service, this is just responsible for fetching our threads, right? But then our view model goes through some of the business logic that we need here, right? Because we need to get the user that is associated with each one of our threads. So we loop through the threads after we have guaranteed that we got them back. And then we said, hey, take the owner UID from the thread, go and get me the thread user, and then go and update my published threads array up here by setting the user on that thread. So once it does that, it will automatically update our threads with the correct user data, which is super, super smooth. Why did we do the for loop in this way? I'm going to give you guys a breakdown for that as well. Well, basically, guys, if you had done it like this, for thread in threads, and did all this stuff, right? So let's copy and paste these 3 lines. Actually, those 2 lines. If you try to say thread dot user equals thread user, this is going to give you an error and it's not going to work. So, yep. So it says cannot assign to property thread is a let constant. So when we're looping through something like this thread guy is treated as a constant, so we can't modify it. And ultimately that wouldn't even really matter, right? Because what we ultimately need to update is this threads array up here, because that's the published threads property. So we can use this for loop in a different way, where we loop through the indices of the threads, right? So we start at thread 0, and then we grab the thread in this way by using that index. And then when we get the user, we can then use that index to go and update our original data source, or the source of truth, really. So definitely important to wrap your head around that concept. If that's difficult for you guys to understand, I highly recommend brushing up on your fundamentals of programming in general. Stuff like this is very important, as we can see here, for accomplishing things like this. And I have a full-blown 5-hour boot camp where I go through the fundamentals of programming with Swift that you guys can check out. It's completely free on YouTube, and the link is in the description to this video. But anyway, guys, that is going to wrap it up for this video. We are successfully fetching our threads with all of the thread data and the user data, and it's looking so good. I'm going to add a couple more threads off camera so the feed can really come to life. And then we are going to go over how to fetch user threads and display them in our user content list view. So get excited for that, guys. We will see you there. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. In our last video, we went over how to fetch the threads from our database and display them in our user feed here. You guys will notice I added a couple more threads from a couple different accounts just to really sort of bring the feed to life here. It's looking really good. Before we get started with fetching our user threads, guys, I just want to go over how to refresh this threads list so that the user can do a pull to refresh and grab the latest threads. So we can go to our feed view, and this is going to be one super simple line of code, guys. You guys will notice we have this print statement here that tells us where we're going to want to refresh our threads. All we need to do is create a task and say try await viewModel.fetch threads. And this will just fetch the most recent batch of threads. And let's go ahead and run this really quickly and test this out. So what I'm going to do is upload a thread, and then I'm going to do a refresh to see if that new thread shows up. So here's my current list of threads. I'm currently logged in as Daniel Ricardo. So I'm going to go here and create a thread. I'm going to say like kind of an F1 driver, and I'm going to post that. And you guys will notice that it doesn't show up right away. That is as expected. We are going to have to do a pull now, and you guys will notice that as soon as I pull down to refresh that, it shows up there beautifully and right at the top of the list. And this is sorted by the most recent threads that exist in our application. So that's looking really good. Next up, guys, I want us to go over how we can fetch our user threads and display them in a user profile. So to do that, guys, we are going to hop back into this thread service, and we're going to add another function here to fetch the user threads, or fetch the threads that are owned by a particular user. And we're going to be able to leverage the use of the Firestore queries to be able to accomplish this really easily. So we are just going to create another static function here to fetch user threads. And all we need is a UID for that particular user. And it's going to return an array of threads, just like this. And we're just going to say let query equal, or we can just say, let snapshot equal firestore.firestore.collection threads dot where field, and then just after that, guys, start typing out is equal. Right, so you should get this option where field is equal to, and we're just going to say owner UID, and make sure you spell this right, guys. Ideally, what you would want to do is extract all of these like database keys and stuff, and all of these collection paths into a constants array. We might do that at the end of this video, just to really clean this up and avoid user error. Because if you spell any of these things wrong, your database pull will fail. But anyway, guys, we're just going to make sure that's equal to our user identifier here. So basically, this is saying, hey, we're going to go to the threads collection, and we're going to get all of the threads where the field owner UID is equal to the UID we pass in here. So that will effectively give us back all of the threads that belong to a particular user. And then we're just going to say get documents. And we need to say try await. And then we are going to put a bunch of these on new lines to clean up this big, long, ugly line of code. Cool. And then, guys, this is pretty straightforward from here, right? All we need to do, we can pretty much just copy and paste this line of code. We can say return snapshot.documents.compactmap as thread.self. And, guys, actually, we need to add one more additional step here. So unfortunately, when you do a query like this where you're filtering down by field, you no longer get the ability to order the documents that you get back. So here we are ordering the documents by the timestamp. So it's filtering things on the back end to give us the most recent items. Because we're ordering it by this field. But when we do this guy, we no longer get the ability to order that stuff. So here we are actually going to have to do that sorting ourselves. So it's going to be pretty easy. We're just going to say let threads equal, and then paste that. Just remove the return. So now we have the threads here, and then we're going to say return threads.sorted by. And you guys notice that it's going to ask us the condition we want to sort by. We're just going to use the shorthand notation here, open up those two curly brackets and say 0.timestamp.date value is greater than $1.timestamp.date value. So this is just going to make sure it gives us back the most recent things, right? Because obviously something with a higher date value is a more recent thing. Okay, so guys, that's pretty much it for the backend implementation side of things. Now what we are going to have to do is go back to our user profile folder, and let's see where we want to go here. So I believe we're going to want to go to our components, right, guys? So thankfully we extracted this out, this content list view into its own component, and we're reusing that between a guest user profile and the current user profile. So we only have to add this code in one place now. So we're actually going to create a view model for this guy. So let's go ahead here And let's make two folders, one for view and one for view models. And let's put these two guys in the view folder. And then let's make our user content list view model. So we're going to say user content list view model. And you guys should know what to do here. We're just going to create it. It's going to conform to observable object. And we're going to have a published property for threads. We are going to write a function to fetch our threads. Fetch user threads. I think we're going to need to initialize this guy with the user guys so we know which user's threads we need to fetch. So here we're going to just say let user be a user, init user, user just like that, and say self.user equals user. So obviously we need to know whose threads we're fetching. So we need to make sure we initialize this guy with the user. And then here we are just going to say self.threads equals thread service dot fetch user threads user.id. And we are going to make sure we say try await. And then after we set the user guys, we're just going to create a task that says try await fetch user threads. And this needs to be async throws, just like that. Perfect. Okay. So now we just need to drop this into our view. So we go to user content list view, and we are going to add this as a state object, guys, var view model. And we can't initialize it just yet because we need the user object for this. So let's see. We are going to say state object var view model, and it's going to be of type user content list view model, right? So now what I want us to do is add an initializer, guys. So we need to create an initializer, and it's going to be with a user. And we're going to say self, and make sure you say dot underscore view model equals state object wrapped value is going to be the user content list view model and pass along that user. So we should be good to go there. But this is going to throw some errors. Wherever we're initializing this user content list view now, we need to pass along the user. But we are going to have access to that everywhere we need this. So it shouldn't be too bad. Let's just go and find these errors. So we notice that in the profile view, we already have the user. So that is easy as pie. And user content list view, we need that in our preview as well. So we can just say dev.user and build failed. So it's so weird, man. Like the build fails, but the project still like builds and runs. I think that's a big issue with Xcode. But anyway, now here, guys, we are going to pass this user along as well. So let's see. I believe we're just going to go here and say if let user equals current user, user just like that. Cool. So now we should be good to go. The last thing we need to do is go back to this user content list view. And now we need to make sure we're actually getting the threads in there. So instead of looping through 0 to 10 like this, we can now say view model.threads and pass along the thread to our thread cell, and everything just works out super, super smooth. So let's run that. Build should succeed. And now, guys, let's go over here. And you guys will notice that, hey, guess what? My thread is showing up there. We still need to fetch the user information relative to that thread, but that is fine. That's going to be way easier in with this process because we know and can guarantee that each one of these threads belongs to the user on this profile. So we can just go through and set all of that thread data really easily. But you guys will notice that this is showing up or working really well, right? So like go to Lewis Hamilton, we see his 2 threads. Go to Checo, we see his thread. Awesome. So the last thing we need to do is make sure that we just populate the user data for each one of those threads. We also have a threading issue here. I always forget to add the main actor guy, so I really like that Xcode throws that error for us. Keeps our app running really smooth and optimal, and keeps the performance optimal there. So next up, guys, we just need to go and fetch or populate the user on all of these threads. So what we can do is we can actually just say var threads equals try await blah 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 blah, and then we can say for I in 0 up to threads.count threads I dot user equals self.user. And then we can say self.threads equals threads. So basically all I did there, guys, was stored this in a local property that's local to this function. We make it a variable because we need to mutate it by setting this user object on it. We just go through each one of the threads, and then we update this guy as we go, and we can guarantee that the user for that thread is going to be this user that we inject into this view model here, right? Obviously, all the threads on Lando Norris's profile are going to belong to him. So I don't actually need to go and fetch that user information from the database like we did in our feed. In our feed here, there's no way to guarantee or know which user owns which thread, right? So we have to go and fetch all of that user information from the database. On the profile, we get to be a little bit more cheeky and save ourselves some API calls there. And that's a really nice optimization and performance improvement. So pro tip there for you guys. Let's go ahead and run this now and see if that works. So all that works beautifully in the feed. We go here and we can see that that instantaneously shows up, guys, right, guys? So we see that we're populating these threads with Lewis because he owns those threads. Go to Checo, same thing. Go to Charles, same thing. And if I go to my current user profile, same thing. Right, so that is looking absolutely beautiful, guys. And to wrap this video up, guys, I just want us to go over how to get the timestamp string here for the time the thread was uploaded. So if we go back to our completed application, we can see here that we have the timestamp for each one of those threads, right? Like 3 weeks ago, 2 days ago, and we're going to be going over how to do that now. So let's go ahead and just make another extension. So we are going to go to our extensions folder, create a new file. It's going to be a Swift file, and we're going to make this on the timestamp object. This is something that we get from Firebase. So we're going to say import Firebase, and we're going to create an extension on timestamp right there. And we're going to create a function called timestamp string, and it's going to return a string. So we're going to say let formatter equal date components formatter, formatter dot allowed units equals open brackets dot second comma dot minute comma dot hour comma dot day and comma dot month, or let's do actually week of month. Yeah. So these are our allowed time units, guys. It can be seconds ago, minutes ago, hours ago, days ago, or some amount of weeks ago. And then we're going to say formatter dot maximum unit count equals 1, formatter dot unit style equals dot abbreviated. And we are going to return formatter.string from date components. We're going to say self.dateValue. And we need to go here after that and say comma to date. And we are going to just return a default value of a blank string. Okay. So basically, guys, we did this on timestamp because this is what we have to work with to get timestamps sent to and from our database. So like if we go to our model and we go to thread, this has to be a timestamp here, and that just helps with our Firestore encoding and decoding. It would make your life more difficult if you tried to work with the native Swift date object. So because we're working with Firebase, we're using timestamps here. So we write an extension on this timestamp, and we have a function called timestamp string. So anytime we're working with a Firebase timestamp, we can now just call this function, and it's going to give us back the string that is associated with the actual upload date of the thread. And we just did some date formatting to get it looking like this. So basically, guys, now all we need to do, I'm pretty sure this is only happening in one place, is our thread cell. So if we go to components, or maybe feed, yep, it's our thread cell. Right here is where we are hard coding this timestamp. So now all I have to do is say thread.timestamp. And you guys will notice that because we wrote an extension on timestamp, we can now say .timestamp string. So now, because we are reusing this component both in our feed and in our user profile, we only have to write that code in one place. And really quickly, guys, what I want us to do is actually move this thread cell up into our components folder. That is because this is being used in multiple surfaces in the application. So it would make more sense to stick that in the components folder. And let me just get this alphabetically organized. That looks good. Cool. So let's go ahead and run this, guys, and see if that is accurately reflecting the timestamp of when we posted our user threads. So we should see varying dates now, right? So like this is 2 days ago. We see that this one is 3 days ago, 3 days ago, right? So that's looking really, really good. And that is going to wrap it up for this video, guys. And we will see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Peace. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We have officially wrapped up the YouTube version of this course. So I just want to take this video to show you guys what the pro version of this app looks like, where you can get the source code, and also where you can access the pro version of this course that contains video tutorials for all of the additional features. So just to do a quick demo of the completed app here, guys. Some of the additional features are going to include being able to like and reply to threads. So we have content interaction here. You guys can see here that shows up right away at the bottom. We can also see replies for these threads. So if I were to click on one of these threads, I could go and see the thread details and see all of the replies associated with that and all of the likes there as well. So that's a big feature right there. Another thing that's really awesome, like I said before, is the ability to reply to threads. So we have a full threading system, much like the actual Threads app, where we can add thread replies, and you'll be able to view those replies in your profile as well. So that's a huge additional feature that we have there that really enhances the social media networking aspect of this app here. Another thing, guys, is your feed is only going to be populated with threads from people that you follow. So, for example, if I were to go to Charles Leclerc's profile and unfollow him, you guys will notice that I also have that unfollow and follow capability, and it's actually functional. So then go back to my feed, and if I were to refresh it, you guys will notice that his threads disappear there. And if I go back to his profile and see that I'm not following him anymore, follow him again, go back here to the feed, refresh, we can see that his threads are showing up there as well. And we see that the one thread that I liked is still persisting, and that's really cool as well. Another amazing feature you're going to get access to, guys, is this full activity feed. So this contains all of the notifications from users that have interacted with my content or followed me. So you guys notice we have these really cool badges for different notification types. Just like you see in the completed Threads app, we can tell if we're following the person or not. We can also follow and unfollow people from here. And I can filter by notification type. So I can see all of my notifications, or I could see only the replies. And clicking on one of those, guys, will take me over to the thread that I've received a notification about. So absolutely amazing activity feed there. Also really huge for driving user engagement in an app like this. You want users to be able to see who's interacting with their content and notify them about that. Next up, guys, we'll be able to see all of the users' followers and following, right? So I can see who I'm following and who is following me. And once again, you also have that action button to follow or unfollow people from there. So Nice animations there as well. And that is super, super cool. And then guys, another thing that's really nice to have is full dark mode support, right? So this is something that really just brings the app to life and gives your user interface that really dynamic sort of sleek feel. You guys will notice that we have that full dark mode support there as well, which is really, really nice to have. And then we also have this settings page, guys. So a bunch of settings options here, and the user has the ability to log out from there as well. And then you guys can see that the dark mode support works for the login and sign up pages as well. So if you want that full experience, guys, and you want the source code or the pro version of this course, the links for that are in the description here. If you guys just want the source code, and that's going to be available on my website in the app templates section, just go ahead and click on SwiftUI Threads Pro there. It contains all the additional features that we have, guys. Something else that I didn't mention is there's a bunch of performance improvements in the app as well. The code is significantly more optimized than what we have here for performance improvements, both on the front and back end of this. And then the big boy is the SwiftUI Threads Pro course. So this contains video tutorials for all of the additional features that we just went over. So if you guys want to learn how to do this stuff and implement a true production ready application with SwiftUI to ultimately launch your own apps or just know how to do this stuff, the SwiftUI Threads Pro course is going to be for you. So that's available in the link to the description as well. And I just wanted to thank you guys for watching this one. Hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, guys, and hope you check out the additional content I have with this Threads Pro course. So thanks for watching, guys. We will see you in the next series. Peace out.